I had my own business for 15 years, and then we did a vacation here in Florida. We liked it, so we moved here. The weather was one of the main things we came over. And then we have to make a living, of course. That's why we do what we do best. Sausage. You come in as a customer, you become a friend.
Broward Motorsports, South Florida's premier power sports dealer with 4 locations: Davie, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, and Tequesta. A huge selection of new and used motorcycles, UTVs, ATVs, boats, trailers, and personal watercraft. Log on, check out the selection, and request a quote. Broward Motorsports will not be undersold. The best staff in the industry are ready to serve you. We also feature a customizing department to build the machine of your dreams. At Broward Motorsports, you gotta ride.
The world's greatest watercross racers are at Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida, all week long.
On the Yamaha, riding for Speed Racing, Synergy RV Transport, Ignite Fuel, Z-Force, Bullet Racing, and Technical Service, Zeekheim.
On the number 83 Kawasaki out of Indianapolis, Indiana, he's 26 years old, Matt Brabham.
Number 1.1 out of New Franken, Wisconsin, riding for, that is Spielbauer Display, Rough Racing, Pro Watercraft Racing, Great Lakes Watercraft, Patrick Tricky Serenich.
And rounding out the field on the 115 Yamaha out of High Point, North Carolina, sponsored by SDB Racing, Richuk Motorsports, Connor Richuk. And looks like Zeekheim getting a drive on the inside. Oh, somebody coming up inside.
24 with a nice start there. That is Dustin Voss on the inside split.
That looks like Richuk on the outside.
That is Richuk on the outside.
Richuk.
And how dare you laugh at me for butchering that name? That wasn't nice.
All's fair.
Yeah, that's a very,
and
very
here,
true.
Boss taking
Look
the
at
drive
side
on
by
the
side.
inside. Richuk right there outside of him in third position. Zeekheim.
Dustin Voss, 14 years old, out of Harvard, Illinois, and he has got the lead right now here in race number 1, Moto 1 for amateur ski stock.
For those of you that are watching on the live stream or here in person, first half a lap, they bypass the log jump. They'll go and hit it later.
Oh, Voss now starting to stretch that lead out down the back side of the race course on the split section.
Yeah, two leaders took the inside. Oh, rider almost went down in third position. Zeekheim been riding the heck out of that his SXR yesterday. Want to see what he can do today.
You know, it's interesting. The split section of this Robert Sand design race course is a little different. It's on the back part of the course. Usually it's either on the left or right. This one on the back, so it's a little tricky in terms of being able to determine right away which rider is going to the inside or outside split, Kurt.
What I like about it, about the course, Rick, and you're exactly right. If you look over the left-hand side of the course as you approach the front straightaway, we've got a tight split course. But on the back side, it's wide open, right?
That back split is a trip. And, Robert Sand this year has really been creative in designing some really cool race courses. We've had some with monstrous straightaways back and front, technical sections. It really challenges the rider's ability, at least in the flat water. In the surf, it's a little different story because the surf takes care of the challenge part of it, not the course. But on the flat water courses like this, we continually have had really interesting race courses that allow the riders, some riders are better on the speed, some riders are better in the tight technical, and their boats are set up differently. So, this is allows us to see who's got speed in different areas.
Yeah, and it challenges the rider in different ways. Like we say, in the tighter split course and the wide open split course. And of course, as Dustin Voss goes over, excuse me, the log jump is the great equalizer in the ski class.
I was going to say, you like to call that the great equalizer, and it's very, very true, Kurt.
Well, I watched yesterday. We didn't have, I don't believe we even had one rider enter the water. They are approaching this, and Robert Sand once again in the riders meeting in the morning talked to him about, listen, you've got to approach this. This isn't a wall. This is a hop. You want to bunny hop over it, and so they did. Hey, Rick, I do want to say we need Pro-Am Runabout GP to the line. You guys should be there with your holders already. Pro-Am Runabout GP to the line, and IROC stock race number 3. You guys are in staging.
This is the first race of the day of the Liqui-Moly Pro Watercross World Championships presented by Broward Motorsports here in Naples, Florida. Beautiful Marco Island, Everglades. It's the Paradise Coast, and it is a phenomenal race site, Kurt.
Yeah, and if you didn't know how to get here, but you had to find it now GPS spin, well, you could.
Yes, you could. But what a beautiful setting here this morning. A beautiful day. The weather is nice. The sun is out. We might have a little precipitation later on in the forecast. We'll see. You never know.
It's Florida.
It comes and goes very, very quickly here. And we've had some events here in the past that have been a little staggering. And but you never know. It looks beautiful this morning. The sun is out, and it is a perfect day for pro watercross racing.
No No question about it. One of the things I like most about this year's tower is, well, it's secured.
That's always a real positive, no question about it. I love that.
Boss coming across. Looks like
well, he's just running away with this thing.
I'm going to say he's got about almost a half a lap lead. And look at the battle over on the far left-hand side, Rick.
Yeah, the battle for second place was awesome.
Yeah, Zeke Kime just made his move on Connor Ridchuck.
Ridchuck went down in that right-hander, and now Zeke Kime takes over command of second place. Ridchuck in third, and then number 11, well, I guess that's 1 point run.
It is 1.1.
Patrick Tricky Serenich back in fourth right now.
Well, Serenich going to make the move here on the log jump. Let's see how he goes. Ooh!
He did just what you said not to do. He hit it like a wall instead of bunny hopping over it, and that is a perfect description of how to get over the log jump. The challenge lies, though, as the course gets rougher and that log jump starts bobbing up and down. Your timing, because you're on the gas coming out of that left-hand turn, and you're full throttle right there, and it's hard to time that. The better riders time it well and generally get over it without any drama. Well, but we see them all get challenged from time to time.
Yeah, no question. You and I watching Jeff Jacobs, best in the world ever.
Yeah, he had virtually no effortless. It was an effortless performance. No
wasted motion.
None whatsoever. And then you got guys like my good friend out of Vegas, Rob Flores, who I just saw race motocross last Saturday. And Rob was, one of the fastest riders in the world, but gosh, he was constantly challenged by that log jump, at least early on in his career. I think he mastered it as the years went by, but you never know. Just because a rider is one of the best in the world doesn't mean some of these log jumps cannot throw them for a loop, and they do from time to time. We've seen it. We've seen Dustin Matsouras actually lose a world championship by sucking up a chunk of the log jump into his pump one time, and there's another challenge. That doesn't happen often, and he was on the factory Kawasaki team at the time, and I think they had that scoop grade so razor sharp that it just sheared off a piece of rubber and was wedged into his pump. He had to come in and have the mechanics pull it out, and that basically cost him the title. So anything can happen. The log jump, as you say, Kurt, the great equalizer in many ways.
And of course, we got runabouts coming up next. They will not be going over the log jump. We modified.
We hope they won't.
I don't see anybody doing it. Pro-Am runabout GP. We were speaking about up-and-coming young guns. Tori Snyder on the 110. Dad Troy was injured in the last run of the national tour.
Yeah, in St. Augustine, he was injured. Yeah,
he's still recuperating, but the passing of the torch is going to happen at some point. Tori, I'll tell you what, Tori was spectacular.
Checkered flag comes out. Dustin Voss with a dominant victory here in Moto number 1 for amateur ski stock. And, that was pretty drama-free. He just got a whole shot and was gone.
Yeah, he was in another zip code. Zeke Kime, the only one that's really right there with him. And, of course, here comes Connor Ridchuck.
Race number 2 down on the starting line. Let's take a look who's down there, Kurt. Number 110, as you mentioned, out of Bradenton, Florida, riding for Snyder-Built Judge and Dean's team on the Yamaha, 17 years old, Tori Snyder.
On the 114 Sea-Doo out of Tupelo, Mississippi. Sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Slippery Wetsuits, Oakley, and Pacifico Beer, Claude Clayton.
Number 203 out of Naples, a hometown product right here. Riding for the Miami Jet Ski Shop, Liquimali, and Naples' finest Frenchies on the Yami. It is Alex Cushman.
We'll have to ask about that later. On the 247 Yamaha out of Groveland, Florida. Sponsored by Dean's Team, Action Kawasaki, and Oztec Marine, Dylan Osborne.
Number 777 out of Miami on the Miami Jet Ski Shop, Liquimali Wet Dream Team Sea-Doo. That is Juan Lescano.
By the way, Juan Lescano had a birthday a couple of days ago.
That's what I understand. So back to the Naples' finest Frenchies.
We'll have to ask a local about that. Maybe McCluggage or Iantowska can tell us. Speaking of Armenio, we were over at Mamma Mia's the other night. Still the best pizza on the planet. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, you guys went there without me. I'm a little bitter.
Oh, man.
All right, Snyder on the inside of that 110. That is a fast machine that Tori's on. This is Pro-Am Runabout GP. And look at that hole shot by Snyder. I had a feeling that Tim Judge tuned Yamaha is a rocket ship, and Tori is becoming faster every ride on the runabout. He moved up from the IROC class to runabout, and he's on the gas.
Alex Cushman, I believe, on the outside there, or is that Juan Lezcano? It is Juan Lezcano.
Look at Lezcano.
With speed.
Look at that Sea-Doo fly, Kurt.
Yeah, Lezcano from the Miami Jet Ski Shop had a couple of great rides yesterday. I'll tell you, he's a new rider. I don't know what happened, but he is on the gas.
Wow, because Snyder got a great leap out of the gate. Lezcano did as well on the outside of the gate. Snyder was on the inside. But, man, that Sea-Doo, that Miami Jet Ski Shop Liqui-Moly Sea-Doo is absolutely flying here in Naples this morning.
Yeah, Lezcano on fire yesterday in multiple classes, won a championship, and, boy, starting out today right in Pro-Am Runabout GP.
Yeah, look how fast that Sea-Doo is. I know Snyder's Yamaha is very, very quick, but, man, that Sea-Doo Lezcano is on is a rocket ship, Kurt.
Yeah. You know, surprisingly absent Brian Baldwin. No information about it. I just realized he's not out there.
Well, he's not on the list.
Here comes Juan Lezcano on the outside. He's liking that outside split course. Now, Juan was all over this course yesterday. He's got a muscle memory at this point. Look at the speed of that Sea-Doo, though. It is impressive.
Oh, that thing is just ferocious. He is absolutely railing around the track here. And right now, the way he's going, Tori's not going to catch him. He is pulling away from Tori Snyder,
He's pulling away from everybody.
And that boat that Snyder is on is a very fast machine, but that Yamaha is no match for that Sea-Doo, and we haven't said that too many times the last couple of seasons.
Rick, up until this moment, this race, I would say absolutely that Tori Snyder was the odds-on favorite because of, not just because of his talent, but also the equipment. You know, he's riding Dad's equipment now, and he was there was a huge smile on his face when he said, "Yeah, I got Dad's boat now."
Yeah, well said. That says everything. But you know
what?
So
does Juan.
But
Juan's got Dad's boat.
Juan Lezcano.
Different dad.
Yeah, Juan Lezcano. I mean, I can't say enough about what he's doing right now. This is amazing. Frankly, I got to say, I didn't expect that. I was focusing on Tori out of the gate, and boy, Lezcano opened our eyes up right away here.
And I'll tell you, yesterday, Juan was so far ahead, he bailed over here in the far outside split, had to swim back to the boat, got back on, and got it going just in time to keep his position. It was crazy. And when he spun, he actually grabbed the bond rail as he was going into the water, and that kept him from going 30 yards. I'm telling you.
I'll tell you what, that Miami Jet Ski Shop team, sponsored by Liqui-Moly, and I don't know, man. Liqui-Moly must work pretty well. Look at that Sea-Doo.
He must be ingesting it. There's no question about it.
Oh my God, he's so fast today. Moto number 1, and this is GP, so no holds barred in this class. You know, so you can pretty much modify these machines to the nth degree. The challenging part is to keep them running for the entire race.
Right, yeah, as we're both listening to her, maybe a little off song, but that happened yesterday as well. At one point, I was up here speaking with someone, we're wondering, hey, is he running on 2 cylinders? They must be the biggest cylinders in the world because that thing is still running. And no kidding, Rick, it's been very impressive. Lezcano and that Miami Jet Ski Shop, they hooked up with Liqui-Moly, and man, it's really made a change for them.
Well, traditionally in GP runabout racing, half the field DNFs during a race.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot, they push the machines, like I said, to nth degree. Lezcano takes the white flag, and he doesn't even need to worry about second place right now. Just focus on going forward. But like I said, traditionally, GP Runabout, there's a huge rate of attrition in this class with DNFs, did not finish, meaning mechanical problems. So that's why we listen so intensely as these riders come by to hear, because they do push them so far. And I can tell you right now, by seeing how fast that Miami Jet Ski Shop Sea-Doo is, they have pushed it.
Yeah, no question about it. And as we go over, well, let's watch Juan Lezcano make the turn. Folks, big round of applause. Your wire-to-wire winner, Pro-Am Runabout, GP Juan Lezcano.
Wow, fantastic finish in Moto number 1 for Juan. Second place is going to be 110, Torrey Snyder, and they're going to go back to the pits, and Tim Judge is going to get to work on that ski,
yeah.
I guarantee you.
And Dylan Osborne, he's been holding down third place. Right behind him, though, Alex Cushman. Cushman almost had enough coming down the back straight to catch him, but not enough. So Moto number 1, Juan Lezcano. And, you know, we announced Claude Clayton. Didn't see Claude out there, but, you know, I couldn't help but notice Juan Lezcano's machine looked a lot like Claude Clayton's carbon fiber machine from last year.
That could say something right there. Okay, we move on to IROC Stock. On the starting line, boat number 12 out of Appleton, Wisconsin. On the Sea-Doo, Ellen Rohde. Ellen Rohde.
Ellen Rohde, she is a MMA fighter back at home.
Wow.
Good knowledge there.
Yeah.
On the number 17, Sea-Doo out of Carthage, Texas. Sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Carrera Motorsports, Jet Trim, Watercraft Network, Jet Tribe, and Hydro Turf, Kenny Compton.
Boat number 22 out of Winthrop Harbor, Illinois. Riding for Nielsen Enterprises, Z-Force, Reva Racing, Fly Racing, ODI, Sandocker, PWC Doctor, Watcon, Master Truck and Trailer, Hempworks, EVS Mom, and Bohats. It is Ryan Rasmussen.
On the 22X Yamaha to West Harrison, Ohio, sponsored by Judge Motorsports and champion John Block.
83, Matt Brabham.
88, Arnold Martinez.
Number 89, Kyle Niquette.
121, Eric Nels.
176, Valentina Lescano.
215, Seth Nema.
319, Shelby Warman.
And the 729 of Jeff Stanley.
And here we go.
Wow.
They were waiting around for us to announce the riders.
I think we better speed it up.
Looks like 22 out in front. Ryan Rasmussen with the hole shot going to the inside split, Kurt.
Oh, that's John Block on the outside.
Yes, it is.
I could tell that riding.
Yeah.
Yep,
Tell
no
the
question
ski.
about it. Block out in front. And Rasmussen has position and the speed. Raz out in front. Block in second. On the 121, Eric Nels trying to sweep around, get into underneath Arnold Martinez, and it looks like, whoa, those two battling, and he does get by Martinez in fourth spot now. Who we got beyond him?
Well, all I know is out in front, down the back part of the race course is Rasmussen with Block right behind him. That is the battle right now. Rasmussen got his hands full trying to keep John Block behind him. John Block has been very successful over the years in this IROC class, but right now it is Rasmussen really charging out in front and looking good this morning, Kurt.
He really did. I'm looking at the rider in third place, the only rider that took the outside split of the top three, and he's using the inside. I like that. Want to catch a number off that boat. Let's see what happens.
Rasmussen now pulling out just a little bit of a lead over Block. Looks like 50. Is that 50?
Yes, Matt Brabham on the 83.
Brabham right there in third place.
So that inside worked.
Yes, it
outside,
did.
inside.
That was smart move by Brabham that time. Everybody went outside, so he got a little cleaner water on that outside split, which we know can make a huge difference just by virtue of keeping the pump hooked up and no cavitation.
Wow, speaking of hooked up, Ryan Rasmussen is on fire this weekend. We've seen him out there. He's been pushing that machine so hard, and it's been exceptionally reliable for him. Rasmussen makes a turn onto the front straightaway. John Block in second, but Rasmussen stretching his lead. Rick.
We notice on the left-hand side of the course here, every rider now taking the outside split section, which is interesting because that can change throughout the day.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday multiple times. Buoy switch, somebody taps it, all of a sudden, you know, they do such a great job of keeping these splits as equal as possible.
Absolutely.
In both sections. Incredible job by Robert Sand and his crew, no question. They time them repeatedly throughout the day. They're always watching for any buoy movement. This is the best, and we appreciate Robert Sand and his crew.
Yeah, I'm always fascinated by how the split can change during the day. Riders perceive one way faster than the other, and maybe somebody comes along and goes faster on the inside, and all of a sudden everybody starts following suit, you know. And even without a buoy movements, you know, it depends on the class too. Some classes want to maintain a little faster momentum and not cut as tight. Going to the inside typically is a little tighter turning.
Yep.
The outside's a little faster in terms of keeping the speed up, not as tight at turns. We'll see throughout the day.
Yep, decisions that have to be made. Like right now, Arnold Martinez got to figure out, is he going to hold that throttle open? And he did. Pushing that rider, trying to make a pass behind him. Back out to our leaders.
What a battle. What a battle for second.
Where's Raz? Raz having an issue.
Wow, we got a problem. Ryan Rasmussen now, he's out on the back part of the course.
Yeah, Block with the lead now. And Matt Brabham in second position.
22 out there. Rasmussen looks like he's going to come in on the hook. Wow, what a tough break for Ryan Rasmussen, dominating this first moto for IROC stock, and has a mechanical. Looks like he's going to be on the hook.
You know, talk about family racing. Back there in sixth position, Valentina Lezcano, Juan Lezcano's sister, younger sister.
And now Block has his hands full. What a battle for the lead.
Yeah, Brabham out of Indianapolis, Indiana.
Now I'm assuming that is that a Brabham from the famous racing family? I don't know that, but it could be. We have the Dailies out of the Midwest as well that race, and that's certainly a historic family in IndyCar racing. Brabham, that name goes way back in
automotive racing, no question.
Motorsports racing. I'd be interested to know if there's a relationship there.
As we say that Kenny Compton in the third spot. I almost said Kenny Roberts. Oh, man.
Kenny Roberts.
Yeah, Kenny Roberts.
Now, that'd be something.
Yeah, that would be.
King Kenny out there.
Kenny's put on a couple of pounds.
Yeah, well, he's probably still
twice as fast as I ever thought I could have been.
And everyone in the world, for that matter.
No matter how old I get, how much faster I get,
When I was working at Cycle News, Paul Carruthers, who actually Kenny babysat for when Paul was a little boy, Paul Carruthers introduced me to Kenny Roberts, and basically introduced him and said, "You just met the fastest motorcycle motorcycle racer in the world."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yep."
For quite some time, believe me. All right, first and second. Battling, that looks like Kenny Compton in third, followed by Valentina Lezcano in fourth.
And I will say Kenny was very cool. It was very nice. He asked if I was Paul's bodyguard.
Looks like Seth Nema back there in the sixth spot. Arnold Martinez out of Beverly Hills following him through.
Not many riders out of Beverly Hills. There's a city that doesn't come up often in pro watercross racing. You know, not a mecca for jet skiing.
For good reason. But with the COVID, far left-hand side of the track, trying to make the move around Compton. That was sick.
83 comes in and takes the win. Brabham
gets by Block. Block's in second. Here's the battle for third. Compton going to keep it.
Brabham gets by Block on the last part of the racetrack, and then Lezcano comes in.
So Lezcano and Compton swapped a little fiberglass as they came into the split here. Man, these people want to get they want every position they could possibly get, Rick. Look, those two talking right now. Hey, sorry about that. Hey, don't do it again.
Valentina Lezcano not to be trifled with.
No. Are you kidding me? Have you seen what she can do on social media?
Kenny may have just learned a lesson right there.
All right, down beneath us, Pro-Am Ski Stock on the number 15 Yamaha to High Point, North Carolina. Sponsored by Easy Hauler, Fly Racing, Richek Motorsports, Works H2O, Jet Pilot, JC Racing, and STB Racing, Matthew Richuk.
And then number 24, back out on the track out of Harvard, Illinois, riding for Hammer Time Sports. 53 CBD, Electric by George, Castle X, and IPD Graphics, Dustin Voss.
On the 777 at a Yamaha, riding for the Syracuse Mafia. He's sponsored by Speed Racing, Synergy, RV Transport, Ignite Fuel, Z-Force, Bullet Racing, and Technical Service, Zeke Kime.
Number 85 out of Pensacola, Florida, on the Riva Racing, Jet Pilot, Ross Products, Pensacola Motorsports ski, Brett Underhill.
On the 101 Yamaha out of Chickamauga, Georgia, sponsored by H&H Power Sports, Will Scruggs.
And 315, the king of sponsors, out of Marietta, South Carolina, just had a baby. Congratulations. The riding for Jet Pilot, HydroTurf, Myrtle Beach Water Sports, Wilmington Power Sports, Hoist, Weisco, Squid Decals, Slunk Swimmers, Pit Viper, BB Talkin', As Free Ride.
You're just making stuff up.
The Indomitable,
You're
Taylor
making
Stewart.
Stuff up. Taylor Stewart riding the number 18 today. Taylor had some great rides yesterday.
Yeah, he just had a little baby
too.
not long ago.
Oh, man.
So cool. See him out here.
Talk about a rider that 3 years ago, he came out for his first race.
Yeah.
He could not make it around the track in practice, let alone the race. Now he's a front runner. It just goes to show somebody who really, puts a lot of effort into it, and we appreciate you, Taylor Stewart.
He's a fine young man, too. He's a good guy. So we got some new babies in pro watercross. Taylor,
somebody's got to raise the new kids. They're all in the pro class now.
Taylor just had one, and
Bobby Cardone?
Cardone had a baby, as well as Tyron Matsouris. Dustin here today, but Tyron not here, staying home with his newborn. So
congratulations, Tyron.
Congratulations indeed, and we've got a young up-and-coming junior class here in a couple years.
I think we better wait more than 2 years if they were just born. Let's let him get to 3.
Max.
That's when he started at 3.
Mac's son is racing little mini bikes, road racing.
Road racing.
I don't know if there's going to be any ski action in his future, but there certainly should be. One of the greatest riders in history. But he's got his son started early, and he is going to be something else.
Already is, man.
Oh,
you
my
watch
goodness
his Facebook
gracious.
posts. Check out his finishes.
All right, here we go. Moto 1, Pro-Am Ski Stock. Matthew Richuk, number 15, my rider to keep an eye on. Voss looked pretty good.
Voss.
Well, and Zeke Kime as well, fast. Let's see what Matthew's got. He's on the inside. He'll be going to the inside split.
Yeah, he getting the whole shot. And Voss, if he can't sweep, let's see, Voss sweeping.
Yeah, Matthew definitely with the whole shot on the inside, Kurt. Oh, leader goes down on the outside split. Looks like 24.
Yeah, that's Voss, Dustin Voss.
But the inside, 2 top riders are already by. That is Richuk out in front in second place, 4:17. That is Brett Underhill, I believe. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes.
He's listed with a different number on here, 85, but I can tell that's Underhill.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, Rick, we need race number 5 to the line. Sports Stock. We got a full line, folks. Let's make it down now. Sports Stock to the line.
No surprise whatsoever. Matthew Richuk, number 15, 20 years old, out of High Point, North Carolina, riding for Easy Ski Hauler Fly Racing, Richuk Motorsports, Works H2O, Jet Pilot, JC Racing, and STB Racing. And he is definitely one of the top up-and-coming riders. Well, he's not up and coming anymore. He is there. He's 20 years old now. We've seen him emerge on the Pro Watercross Tour over the last few years, and he has just gotten better and better, Kurt.
And Ridchuck, you know, we haven't seen him on the national tour. We didn't see him on the national tour this year.
This year, no.
No, but boy, I'll tell you what, you throw a commander underneath him, and that kid is spectacular. Well, he's obviously spectacular. He's running away with this race already. It's only the first lap, and he's got a quarter lap lead.
Well, over the last few years, he's battled in this Pro-Am ski stock class with perennial champion Jimmy Wilson many times.
Yeah.
And I know he's learned a lot about racing from Jimmy, and it has paid off as Matthew is just absolutely dominating right now out in front here in Moto number 1 of Pro-Am ski stock.
Yeah, Ridchuck has a huge lead, no question about it. Really, at this point, it's all about not making any mistakes.
Yeah, and he makes very few. A really talented rider out of North Carolina. 417 Underhill behind him in second right now. Underhill out of Pensacola on a Reva Racing sponsored Jet Pilot ski. And he goes up and over the log jump trying to track. Oh, and he has a little problem.
Yep.
Bobs around trying to track down Ridchuck, but Ridchuck is really just gone right now. He is really pulling away.
Over on the far right-hand side, you see Will Scruggs going towards the log jump. He's got Zeke Kime right behind him. Scruggs, beautiful job on the log jump. He didn't slow down. He just barely lifted it, didn't touch it, didn't slow down. Uh-oh, rider down. And that was Zeke Kime, I believe. No, not Kime.
Down the front straightaway, one more lap. Number 15, the race leader, Matthew Ridchuck. Brett Underhill now making the turn onto the front straightaway so we can see what kind of a lead Matthew already has. In fact, he's got enough of a lead where he is going to just start not cruising, but not have to push it.
Oh, he was bunny hopping over there.
Yeah.
You saw it. He was having some fun. It's like, okay, first one in the books. Just stay upright.
He's like, I got this.
Taylor Stewart in front of Zeke Kime here. So Stewart got by Kime. Scruggs in front of him. Stewart gonna have to try and run down Will Scruggs. Scruggs putting the pedal to the metal.
Well, these battles for position add up over the course of the race day because when and there we got a pass over the log jump right there. Rider down, loses a position. Over the course of the entire race day, you know, these positions add up. You make a position here, you lose one there, and that can mean a podium or not.
Yeah, and you know, Rick, as we saw that rider go down, I believe that was Taylor Stewart, and I was thinking, you know, back in the day, when we were practicing, everybody brought their own, or not everybody, but someone in the group would bring out a log jump.
Sure.
And they could practice it. Some of these riders have never seen one until they come to World Championships here in Naples.
It's a huge disadvantage.
For them,
you're
question.
absolutely right. If you're not with a group that has one to practice on, oh my goodness, it's night and day.
Well, knowing Taylor Stewart now, he's so committed, I'll bet you he builds one.
No doubt.
Seriously.
Well, if you have a place where you can put one in the water and practice, yeah, it's a huge advantage, no question about it. Over the years, that has proven to be the case, as you said, for many riders, and those that don't have it, you know, there's a fairly stiff learning curve.
You know, there's a great rider in Northern California that, you know, if Jeff Jacobs could show you how to do the log jump, Chris Wattier could. Chris Wattier was absolutely spectacular on the log jump every single time.
There's a natural talent.
Just
for
natural.
it. Yeah.
And I mean, he's a good racer, really good, a front runner, but to come to the log jump, he'd pull 2-3 boat lengths almost every time.
That's saying a lot. Who do I have? I've got somebody up here. I was talking about Brabham being a racing family from the past, and I've got a gentleman up here. Derek Daly is up here. You're Derek Daly. What a pleasure to meet you. You've raced a couple of times. You put a couple of laps in.
Thank you, I have, and it's a pleasure to come down here and see the next generation begin to race. And you mentioned Brabhams earlier.
Yes.
It is the famous Brabham family name. Jack Brabham, 3 times world champion.
That's right.
That's Matthew's granddad. And his dad, Jeff, who was my teammate in sports cars, is here with him. He's the wrench man. So it is the Brabham. You were correct. I was glad to hear you mention that.
It's amazing we have the Daly family. You know, you guys, a tremendous history in car racing. And the Brabhams, that's phenomenal.
And so it's a completely different discipline, but essentially to be competitive, you have to go to the last nth degree on everything, and that's what we like to see these boys do. Anyway, great to see you guys.
Do you still do any driving, Derek?
Hopefully not.
Thank you so much. What a pleasure.
Wait a minute, you didn't talk about his second career as an Uber driver.
Thank you so much. What a treat.
Brabham, Surtees,
all of them. Yeah, the Dalys, the Brabhams.
Well, here we go. White flag is out. It's the final lap. And here comes Richuk, Matthew Richuk. He's slowed it down. I think he's saving fuel. It's like, maybe I'll fill it up again, maybe I won't.
What a great ride.
Big round of applause for Matthew Richuk, his first moto win.
What a great ride for Matthew. Absolutely dominant. Yeah, Jack Brabham, as a 3-time world champion. That's Formula One, man. That is as good as it gets.
That's real.
And his grandson is here racing. That is cool. Exciting stuff.
Brett Underhill in second position. Great job by Brett. Dustin Boss in that third position. Boy, I'll tell you what, those are 3 phenomenal riders right there. I am surprised they weren't closer.
That was a nice ride by Brett Underhill.
Yeah, all 3 of them, really. Boss had the problem over at the start. He had to battle all the way through for the whole race.
Yeah, that's very true. And look, we go back down to the starting line. Sports Stock on the starting line. Boat number 5 out of Carmel, Indiana. Just talking about him, Christian Daly.
Who else? On the number 13 out of Davie, Florida, it's Sammy Niemi. He's sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, and a host of others.
Number 21Y out of Delray Beach, Florida, Mark Landis.
On the number 36 Yamaha out of Bonita Springs, Florida, Jason Sahagian.
Number 55 out of Cicero, Indiana, Kirsten Hasty.
On the double 9 Sea-Doo out of Jacksonville, Florida, sponsored by Live Ruthless, Absolute Performance in Naples, Performance Jet Ski and Cycle, Jacksonville Power Sports, Thug Custom Cycles, and Broward Motorsports, Matt Johnson.
Number 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, back on the track, riding for Snyder, Bill Judge, and Dean's team on the Yamaha, Torrey Snyder.
On the 116 Yamaha to Ackworth, Georgia, sponsored by Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot, and Fox, it's Devin Farthing.
169 out of Cicero, Indiana, on the Sea-Doo, riding for Edgewater Recruiting Group. That is Mike Hammaker.
On the 176 Sea-Doo out of Miami, Florida, sponsored by Reba, Miami Jet Ski, Liquid Molly, and Jet Pilot, Valentina Lescano.
Number 201 out of Delray Beach, Florida, on the Yamaha, riding for Riva Racing, Yamaha and Mark Landis Racing, Christopher Landis.
On the 239 Sea-Doo out of Port Charlotte, Florida, sponsored by Moto Option, Watercross Superstore, Cardone Race Corner, PWC Muscle, and Tattoo Ridge Racing, Bobby Cardone.
521 out of Ackworth, Georgia, riding for Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot, and Fox, Talon Farthing.
Got the brothers racing on the 711 out of Sewanee, Georgia, Yamaha mounted, 25 years old, Andrew Hancock. He is a Liquid Molly sponsor, as well as 100% chiropractic, Superior Auto House, Kids Choice Watermelons, O'Neill Racing, and Liat Protective.
Number 999 out of Avalon, Florida, on the CU riding for Atlantic Industries, Dusty Burry. That is the lineup for Sports Stock Moto number 1.
Race number 5, we are about ready to go. Race 6 will be our juniors, Junior Ski Stock. You guys should be ready as soon as these sports stocks take off. I am looking forward to it. It's a full line, Rick Lake.
This is usually a pretty epic battle. A lot of things happen during.
Hey, pick a Farthing, will ya? Sammy Niemi on that 13. Oh no, Niemi had the whole shot off the line, hit the lanyard, unbelievable. Oh, they're gonna bring it back.
Red flag comes out. We'll restart this one.
Yeah, there were a couple of riders, and you know, with this many riders, it's hard to get them to keep their line. Robert Sand in the the riders' meeting this morning was very clear. You have to hold your line all the way out there. You've got to leave an opening at the buoy. You can't cut over. The most you can move over is 2 positions, and that's only if you look back and you're clear to move over without, cutting off the rider behind you.
Yeah, the start's absolutely so critical in pro watercross racing, and with a full gate like this, a lot of nerves, everybody ready to go, everybody jumpy, and you got to time it well. You've got to get a great hold, meaning your ski is really in the right power band, part of the power band, so you can launch off the line, keep the pump hooked up, not get taken out by any other riders,
right,
and make your way into the first turn.
And if you survive all that, then you hit the split course with people.
Yeah, it's challenging, and with a full gate, it's a lot different than if there's 5 or 6 riders. You kind of get sorted out without too much drama. A full gate going into the first turn is typically drama filled.
Yeah, and like I was saying, Rick, earlier, I'm watching Course Marshal Andrew down there yelling at the riders, hold your line, hold your line, hold your line. With this many boats, the only way to do it safely is if that happens.
Yeah, absolutely right, and that's one of the reasons that the split start was instituted, because at first you'd have 20 skis going into a first turn, and the split has kind of helped alleviate some of the issues with the crossing over and not holding your line. But just the same, this is pretty gnarly. Oh man!
Oh no!
That's a red,
no!
That's a red flag.
Robert Dixon down there chuckling a little bit.
That's a red flag for sure. I got a feeling we're going to see some dead engines now.
Oh yeah,
at least one for sure.
Minimum.
I'm not going to make any predictions.
Yeah, all you got to do is look at the holders,
It's like, oh well, we gave it a shot.
You know what, Rick? This gives me an opportunity while everybody's lining up to, and we've talked about this before. When you're, I want to say hello, Rick, and to everybody out there on the international World Wide Web. Welcome to the 2020 Liquid Moly Pro Watercross World Championships, presented by Broward Motorsports. I'm Kurt Nolenberg. This is Rick Lake. Glad to have you here. Rick, what do we got down on the line?
Well, we've got sports stock and a full gate, as we talked about, and they're all chomping at the bit to get a good start. So we've had a couple of red flags already, not unusual, but they're getting sorted out. We're probably going to have a dead engine or 2 start with a couple of penalized riders. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, we'll have to look down, look for the hand on the head, see if that's what happens. But we were talking about riders that had to start dead engine. There are times, especially with a full line, when it's not a bad thing to let everybody go. You dive to the inside. Everyone's momentum pushes them to the outside. You're able to cut inside many times.
Yeah. Whoa. Well, there went some sheets. Wind picking up here in Naples, and whoa. Looks like we got a good start that time. That white boat.
Excuse me.
That white boat on the
Talon
inside.
Farthing
Oh,
on
and
the
rider
outside.
off. We got some carnage down towards the front. Down that starting straight, somebody off their ski. It looks like 7-11. That is Andrew Hancock. Got taken out. And down the front straightaway, our race leaders. Here we go.
Yeah, that's Christopher Landis.
Landis out in front. Boy.
Is Jason Zahanian in third. Talon. Yeah, it is Talon Farthing.
And Talon just got punted out around that right-hander. Wow, this is some fast and furious racing here this morning in this sports stock class. These guys are really banging some fiberglass out there.
Well, Talon yesterday won a championship, and this is his first year of racing. I'll tell you what, something about the water in Ackworth, Georgia. Look at the battle down the back straightaway. The Sea-Doo making a move. We'll try to catch a number off of that.
100 now coming back. He had a problem at the beginning. That, of course, Revin Harris, our race leader.
Oh, that is
Landis.
Christian Daly on the 5. I'm sorry,
Number
Rick.
5, yeah, absolutely. Daly, keep an eye on him. He is amazingly fast on this HX, these stock HXs. He can really work that Sea-Doo around these close courses, and he is in second place now and charging hard on our leader, Landis.
Yeah, Jason Sahanian back in third spot. He's been having some good rides. He's making a push now. All right, Daly really starting to reel in Landis. Daly.
Here they come on the left-hand side, outside split, Kurt, onto the front straightaway. Landis makes the turn, and Daly really charging hard behind him.
Well, he's got that C2HX hull. Landis on the Blaster hull. This is the stock class.
Yep.
So Daly can ride an HX, I think, pretty much better than anyone else that we've seen the last 3 years.
I would absolutely agree with that assessment, no doubt about it. And he is really starting to close in on Landis now. Daly goes to the inside split on the back part of the race course while Landis takes the outside. We'll see how they come out of it.
Oh, here comes Daly. Daly's wide open on the inside. Landis going to cut him off, not going to leave any room. Daly backs out. I can't wait till one of them tries the inside split here.
Yeah.
Near the start, you know it's going to happen. Landis on the outside leading away. Daly in tow. Third spot, I believe it's still, is that the 36 of Jason Sakadian?
You know, interesting, Daly able to cut that left-hand turn onto the front straightaway just a little tighter than Landis, and you would think just the opposite would be the case. But Daly really can rail that Sea-Doo like no one else out here.
Yeah, he's got the experience on that HX hull. Oh, and look at this. They're both going inside. Landis saw it and said, no, I'm taking that away from Christian. Now he's got to try and make his pass through the pump wash.
Well, this is a really good battle we're watching here in sports stock. We got a lot of battles taking place throughout the racetrack right now, but the battle for the lead has been really good with two really fast riders. Now, Daly elects to go to the inside split, just like you mentioned, Kurt, and look what happened. Did not work for him. In fact, he may have lost maybe a boat length, not much, though pretty even.
Right.
But we're seeing a battle between two of the best riders in the sports stock class, to say the least. One on a Blaster, one on an HX, representing two different hulls, two different theories of racing, and it's really competitive.
I just got to put a shout out there. Kenny Compton felt the leaders coming, looked over his shoulder, moved way off the line to let those two keep battling. Absolutely spectacular. Landis on the inside, Daly on the outside, on the back straightaway. They're going to make the turn into the split. Landis is going to take the outside. Daly attacking it.
Well, Daly, I'm sorry, Kurt.
No, I was just going to say, Christian Daly on that hull has such a great perception of how to set it up. And look at Daly on the inside.
Yeah, Daly all over Landis. Now, Daly elected to utilize the outside split on that last lap, and he tried the inside the lap before. It didn't work. He has now closed the gap on Landis, and he is right behind him. And Landis got his hands full with Christian Daly, no question.
Well, and now we're getting into the pack, okay? The leaders are going to start lapping people by the end of this lap. And look at Daly making moves inside and outside. As soon as I say that, he tips his shoulder, almost comes off. He is right behind Landis. Watch those two battle. And if I'm not incorrect, third position, Jason Sahagian is moving up, catching the leaders.
You know, Landis continues to keep the inside closed for Daly. Daly trying, he's poking that nose now inside of Landis. Here he comes on the inside. Daly goes inside of Landis, punts Landis out of the turn, and takes the lead. Looked over and wow, that was an aggressive pass by Christian Daly.
Well, he had the line.
Yeah, he did.
You know, there was nothing wrong with that. But
nope.
I'll tell you what, honestly, I think that Landis was so surprised.
He was.
He looked off to the side, and once you get off the side on that machine, you're falling.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And Daly, he was not going to let off right there. He saw the opening.
Yep.
He charged that Sea-Doo on the inside. And yeah, I think he shocked Landis and took the lead.
What a time to do it. That was the white flag lap. Man, I'll tell you what, Christian Daly, look at Daly making passes through the pack here. No, that's second. Daly's been passed. I'm sorry.
I don't think so.
Cito, here's your winner, Christian Daly on the number 5. And he just won the race. My bad.
Checkered flag came out a little late on that one, and Daly did win the race.
Yeah, and Sahagian came in second. Great job by him. Wow.
Boy, Christian Daly with a great aggressive racing move, aggressive but clean, to take the lead over Landis and take the win here.
Yeah,
wow.
Landis comes in the 4th or 5th spot. Sammy Niemi got into 3rd, so he's on the podium. The 999 and Dusty Burry comes across. There is Kenny Compton, followed through by Bobby Cardone. And Talon Farthing comes through. There's the number 100. Is that the? And Torrey Snyder got pushed to the back of the pack. It was. There's Dustin Farthing coming through. Daly making his victory lap. And there is the 176 of Valentino Lescano. Up next, we got Junior Skis.
Oh man, that was a really good race. That was the best race of the day so far because they were just side by side.
Yep.
And Daly with a great racing move. Cool. And cool. Talked to his dad a little bit earlier. Derek Daly, the great driver, professional sports car driver, came up here to give us a little 411, and great to meet him too.
Yeah,
absolutely. Great racing family, the Dalys. All right, we go down to the starting line. Junior ski stock 10 to 12 and 13 to 15 on the line.
On the number 18, out of Rutherford, North Carolina, 13 years young, sponsored by Power Sports Supply and B&N Power Sports, Tegan Hill.
All right, I believe Gary Holbein is not going to be down there, and so 59 out of Denver, North Carolina, on the Kawasaki, 12 years old, riding for Fly, Kawasaki, and BP Concepts, Caden Baldwin.
And unfortunately, that's all the juniors we have today. But you know what they say, start as a junior, end up in the pro class.
Yeah. Well, we've got a number of them that did. My goodness gracious, the Farthings, the Nemes, the Skelets, just a whole slew of young, fast talent in pro watercross, all started right here in the junior class. And that, you know, not just here in the East, the West Coast as well. There's a great amount of talent. You know, in fact, Revan Harris and
oh yeah, we'll see him.
You know, Wilderbauer, all of them.
Speaking of which, Rick Lake, as I looked over to the next sheet, race number 7, you Pro-Am Ski GP, you guys are up next. And look down the line, and let's see, Hayden Skellett, Devin Farthing, Revan Harris, Matthew Richick, Jules Hopkins, David Cabrera, Dustin Montsoris, Camden Powell, Wyatt Hayes, Louis Villet, Sammy Niemi, and Isaiah Washington. What a stacked class. I can't wait for that. Robert Sand, can we have a 20-lap moto for Pro-Am Ski GP? He says yes.
Sure, why not?
Ask and ye shall receive.
That's going to be a good one, no doubt about it. Right here, we got the juniors, though. They're going to go out and get their laps in. And it's Tegan Hill and Caden Baldwin, both of them out of North Carolina. I don't know how close Denver and Rutherford is, but they're both out of North Carolina, both young riders, both 12 years old.
Yeah, they're right next door to each other by about 100 miles.
Well said.
Well, in the scope of the planet, you know.
Pretty close.
It is pretty close.
In the scope of the universe, they're right next door.
Universally universal.
Oh, well, welcome everybody once again to the Liqui-Moly Pro Watercross World Championships presented by Broward Motorsports. And we are here at beautiful Marco Island, Naples, the Everglades, the Paradise Coast. What can you say about this location besides it is absolutely gorgeous, the weather's perfect, and man, we get to sit here and watch the best in pro watercross.
The only problem with this location, Rick, is that I don't live here. That's the only problem with this location.
It's a great place. Liqui-Moly, of course, our title sponsor, and they have a full regiment of products and display here, and they are here in full force. Phenomenal lubricants. I just watched MotoGP the other day. Liqui-Moly, a sponsor of MotoGP in Europe.
Over it, yeah.
And all over it. Really fun seeing that. And here we go, juniors.
Caden Baldwin with a hole shot on the inside. Tegan Hill with a hole shot on the outside.
I was going to say, they both got a hole shot.
Yeah, that's something to take home.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how those splits go. Boy, Tegan Hill really laying that boat over on the outside. Caden Baldwin smooth on the inside.
Tegan really, really fast. He is real. We've seen him really put down some fast laps. And look at him side by side. And Tegan's going to take the lead over Caden here on lap number 1.
He just took it right away from him.
Yeah, but he had a good drive coming out of the split onto the front straightaway and never let off.
Yeah, and they won't be over or at least intentionally will not go over the log jump.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. They have ridden a lot of laps now, both of them, a lot of races. We saw Caden's, his first race, and he has gotten better and better. And, at 12 years old, both of these riders, very competent out on the racetrack. There was a time when you thought 12-year-olds, no way, you can't ride skis.
Well, it was very controversial when Pro Watercross 3-4 years ago decided to go ahead and let 10-year-olds
yes.
in a junior, like young junior. And boy,
Yep.
did that pay off for the entire sport. It really did. It just goes to show if you use common sense, you've got a good family behind you, and this is a family sport. These younger riders, the sky's the limit, really. Don't hold them back.
The thing was, there was a lot of politics in it early on. The OEMs didn't want kids riding because of state, local laws, and but as you were alluding to, under the direction of the families, the way they were taught to ride, they were brought up correctly, learned to ride skis properly by their experienced parents in many cases, and have become amazingly competent, as I mentioned, at handling these watercraft.
Yep.
They're very knowledgeable. They get it. They're in control, and and this has resulted over the years of now we have these, as we alluded to earlier, these really fast pro riders who are starting to take over the sport now.
No question, and that this is good for a kid's development as well. Their self-confidence, decision making. If they're not doing well in school, it's certainly something to help motivate them to hit the books properly.
Well, we all knew that, we always referred to this as motocross on the water. The challenge was we didn't have mini bikes like motocross has for young kids to ride and compete on. And so people were very concerned with young kids having to ride the same holes that adults rode.
Yep.
And so it required a learning curve on everybody's part, and we've seen it result in a very successful development of young riders over the years. And they can handle the skis perfectly well, particularly the stock, Super Jets or Kawasaki's. They're very, very capable.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we have spoken about this before in the past, but Kawasaki came out with a 300. They wanted a learning ski for the younger, smaller riders. But the reality is they're safer on the newer hulls that the adults ride. There's just that learning curve that's very short. Once they're there, they're competent.
Yep. And if they're taught well and educated properly, there's no problem.
Yeah, well, it's decision making, and they're learning about it.
As we see these GP skis and hear these GP skis start making their way down to the starting line, it's going to be a hell of a moto coming up here next. Caden Baldwin and Tegan Hill out battling in the junior ski stock 10 to 12-year-old class. Unfortunately, Gary Holby Jr., we love to watch race.
Oh,
he was
how
injured.
tragic was that?
He was injured in a non-riding accident yesterday, non-watercraft accident. Unfortunately, our heart goes out to him. We are wishing him a speedy and full recovery.
I believe he had surgery last night. I'm not certain. We haven't heard the outcome, but
Yeah.
as soon as we hear, we'll let everybody know.
The really unbelievably cute young
Oh, my
young
goodness.
man. I hate to use that word on a racer, but he really is. You can't help it. He's just the cutest kid.
Oh, man, are you kidding me? Other than my grandchildren?
Oh, well said. So, yeah, it is all Tegan Hill in this one. Caden doing a great job in second as they work their way around the track here. I believe this is the white flag lap. All right, checkered flag comes out. Number 18 out of Rutherford, North Carolina. 13 years old is Tegan Hill taking the win here. Moto number 1, junior ski stock.
And the perfect example, both of them, just a few years ago. Well, they were riding the Hot Wheels. I don't know.
Actually, Tegan Hill wins the 13 to 15-year-old class. And Caden takes the 10 to 12-year-old class. All right, down on the starting line, Pro-Am Ski GP, Moto number 1. This is going to be a battle. Let's take a look and see who we have down on the starting line. Boat number 12 out of St. Cloud, Florida, riding for Jet Pilot, Speed Racing, Riva, Mark Landis Racing, Ignite Fuel, and Jet Pilot. It is on the commander, Isaiah Washington.
On the number 13, K1 out of Davie, Florida, sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, Shoei, Cabrera Motorsports, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, and Works Racing, Sammy Nime.
Boat number 13X out of Pompano Beach, Florida, on the Kawasaki, Louis Villet.
On the number 43, K1 out of Dawsonville, Georgia, sponsored by Liqui Moly Marine and Superior Auto House, Wyatt Hayes.
Number 44 out of Syracuse, Indiana, on the Ignite Fuel, Wydot HL Oil, Bullet Racing, Z-Force, Ultimate Watercraft, Jet Pilot, Speed Racing, Bullet, Camden Powell.
On the number 50, Commander out of Empenyani, South Africa, sponsored by Rockstar Energy, Commander and Jet Pilot, Dustin Matsaris.
Number 51 out of Miramar, Florida, on the Broward Motorsports, Cabrera Motorsports, TMR WSR, Tim Judge, Exotic Design, Commander David Cabrera.
On the 85, Jules Hopkins. On the 85X, Richuk. On the 100, Harris. On the 116, Farthing gets
Wow,
a
on the outside, what a jump by Devin Farthing.
Red flag.
Yeah, that was a hell of a jump by Devin Farthing.
Wowie, wow, wow, wow. Oh, you found my phone. My new phone.
We have a iPhone up here that's been found, thank you. And if you can come up here and unlock the passcode, it's yours. How about that? Or you make a good guess, it's yours.
Right.
Oh, it's ringing, by the way. You're getting a call. 786, never mind. All right, we're going to re-rack them here on the starting line. Pro-Am Ski GP. Let's keep an eye out and see if anybody's going to get penalized on that start. It looks like 116 Farthing going to get penalized on the jump. He did get a amazing start, look, you know, but Robert Sand says, nope.
Rick Lake, I got to stop here. Devin Farthing's looking up at Robert Sand. Sand's going, no, it was you. And Devin puts his fingers this close, goes, by that much. Oh, well, this is going to be it, Rick. We talked about starting that engine and what you can do. Devin Farthing's going to show us how it's done.
Well, Devin got a great jump, a little too great that time. Now keep an eye on the left hand of the starting line. Number 50 on the commander, of course, is Dustin Matsouras, a multi-time national world champion. He's really the rider in the driver's seat coming into the races today. Cam Powell has looked so good on his boat as well. We know he's got a lot of power on that Bullet Racing hull, number 44 on the inside here, right in front of us.
Yeah, pretty much anywhere on the line, there's a potential winner.
Cam Powell with a great jump. And then Dustin on the inside. It's going to be Powell and Dustin on the inside split. Oh, Powell's on the inside of Dustin Matsouras, and Powell takes the hole shot on the inside split. Number 12 on the outside, Isaiah Washington with the hole shot down the front straightaway. Isaiah Washington falls into second place. Motts takes the lead. Number 50 out in front on the commander. Then Washington, then 44 Powell charging hard.
Powell and Washington. Oh, and Powell goes down. Washington goes by. Who swept on the outside? Is that Louis Valet?
Isaiah Washington down the back straightaway trying to keep Matsouras in sight. Look at Matsouras go on that Commander GP1. Matsouras on the gas, leaving no question who the man in charge is right now, Kurt.
Well, he got the hole shot and he's starting to walk away, but Isaiah Washington not going anywhere. And look who's behind him. Is that Hopkins?
Boy, Isaiah's got some horsepower on his Commander today.
No, it's Revan Harris.
Revan Harris, 103rd.
And then Hopkins.
Jules Hopkins in 4th place.
Excuse me, that was Richuk, I believe, on the 85X.
285's out there, so we'll have to sort that out right now. On the back part of the race course, though, number 50 out of Epinyani, South Africa, that is Dustin Matsouras in charge right now. Former multi-time world and national champion, former Kawasaki factory star, Dustin Matsouras out in front and charging. No surprise there.
Well, Isaiah Washington, he's out of St. Cloud, Florida. Washington, always a front runner, and boy, he's put some laps in. He is flying that number 12 machine. Look out, though, the young man from Arizona, Revan Harris, on the attack mode.
Right now, Matsouras keeping the lead. Isaiah Washington has got some horsepower that he hasn't had earlier this season. Isaiah's got some horsepower he's found on his Commander hull, and he is in second place right now, but he's got his hands full with Revan Harris, the young rider out of Arizona. And here comes Harris. Harris going around and putting the pressure on Washington. Looks like Harris is going to take second place as they battle on the outside split here. Oh,
yeah, Washington going to the inside, Harris to the outside. What a drive by Harris to make that move. Watch Washington. He's the first one of our leaders taking the inside. Oh, and it cost him. It cost Isaiah going to taking the penalty, boy, and that moves him back. That puts Matthew Richuk in the 3rd position.
Richuk in 3rd now, and Motts told me this morning that I didn't think he was coming, and he said Harris brought his ski out here and he just flew in to race yesterday. So it's really good to see him out here and really paying off right now for Dustin Matsouras, because he wanted to make sure he put that Commander GP1 out in front.
And he certainly did. Well, this is only the first of 3 motos, and you know, based on how it's looking now, you think, oh, Motts has got it in the bag. This is a GP class, and as quickly as you can get out there, I'll tell you what, the smallest nut or bolt can ruin your day. So, you know, looking at it right now, if you're in Vegas, you'd say, hey, it's all Dustin Matsouras. He's got the speed, he's got the pedigree. But there's a lot of fast riders out here on Commander boats.
Yeah, Mott's entering, you're absolutely right, Kurt. Mott's going down the backside of the race course right now, starting to come up on lap traffic already. He is really flying. And you know, if you look at those Commander skis that are built by Dustin himself, Steve Webster, Tyron Matsurs, the Commander team out of Phoenix, Arizona, those are factory boats. Those things are meticulous. They are put together as beautifully as you've ever seen a ski dialed in. Those Commanders that they build in Arizona are amazingly dialed in.
Mott's starting to lap through traffic now. He just passed Sammy Niemi. Incredibly uncharacteristic to see Niemi at the back of the pack, but this is only the first moto. Second position, Revin Harris comes through, and that is Matthew Ritchuk.
Ritchuk, 85 in third.
Well, it's an 86, actually. Then Isaiah Washington, and then the 85 of Jules Hopkins.
That's Jules, yep, you're right. 44, then Camden Powell, after a phenomenal start, had a problem, and he's really trying to work his way up. I know Cam and his dad, Derek, really had high hopes for this class today, because we know they've been doing a lot of testing on that number 44 bullet hull boat, and have found a lot of speed and power with it.
Wow.
But right now, he's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, he's going to have to look for a better hole shot next time. He was right there. I think he got pushed out. He's, one more foot, and he'd be leading this race.
White flag comes out, 1 lap to go for Dustin Matsurs. Yeah, he battled. He was actually in front of Mats around the first turn, and they were battling side by side, but he got the worst of it.
We got a rider off far left-hand side of the course. Our leaders on the right side of the course. Here comes
number 13, that's Louis Valet, or Sammy Niemi. That looks like Valet that's down.
Ritchuk goes by, Washington, Hopkins, Powell, Farthing, Hayden Skellett. There's not a slow rider in this class.
Oh,
no matter what.
You got that right. And it is all number 50, and he's coming around the left-hand side of the track right now on that beautiful GP1 Commander boat, and it's going to be Dustin Matsouras taking the win here, moto number 1, Pro Ski GP. All Mats on the Commander. And he really ran away in this one.
Yes, he did.
Dustin everybody.
Well, there is second position. Revin Harris just now coming through. That's about a 12-second lead. Third position, Matthew Ritchuk. Glad to see him on a Commander, as I was talking about earlier.
Absolutely right.
Isaiah Washington, and right behind him, Jules Hopkins. One more lap. Hopkins was right there. And here comes Devin Farthing, just getting by in front of Camden Powell.
Wow.
Actually, I can't call that. Those two were, there was a photo finish there. And then, of course, Hayden Skellett.
All such young, fast talent. But, man, out in front it was Farthing and Matthew Ritchuk. Looking, Revin Harris and then Ritchuk, man, those guys were flying, Kurt. What a battle. Can't wait for Moto 2.
Neither can I. But while we're waiting in the meantime, how about Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock, full line, the new 2021 Sea-Doo down there, Anthony Raditic. And I don't know, but yesterday Anthony was live streaming over the Pro Watercross website
it was amazing.
as he was running. Is he up again today?
It was amazing, absolutely. Let's take a look down on the line. Number 4, out of right here in Naples, Florida, on the JetX Racing Sea-Doo, Arminio Iantasca.
On the number 37 Yamaha out of Waco, Texas, sponsored by Dean's Team.
No, this is scary.
It is scary.
Not only
Number 46 out of Jupiter, Florida, on the Monster Energy Broward Motorsports Yamaha, the Mac Attack, Chris McCluggage.
On the 110 Yamaha out of Bradenton, Florida, sponsored by Snyderbuilt Team Judge and Dean's Team, Troy Snyder.
Number 115 out of Palm Bay, Florida, on the Sea-Doo, Gunner Trailer.
On the 138 Yamaha out of Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin, sponsored by Jet Trim, Dean's Team, Two Wicked Racing, and Z-Force Racing. Won a couple of classes yesterday, Brad Bohat.
Number 115 out of Abbeville, Alabama, on the XPS Riva Rip It Energy Drink Jet Lift Fly Racing Sea-Doo, Anthony Raditic.
On the 201 Yamaha at Delray Beach, Florida, he's sponsored by Riva Racing, Yamaha, Martinez Racing, Neptuner X, Jet Pilot, Jet Trim, Miami Jet Ski Shop, and Blosian, Christopher Landis.
247 out of Groveland, Florida, on the Dean's Team, Action Kawasaki Aztec Marine Yamaha, Dylan Osborne.
Looks like I'm going to get my fix on that 502 Kawasaki out of Denver, North Carolina. Sponsored by Riva, Yamaha, Fly Racing, Champion Motorsports, and Triton Trailer, Brian Baldwin.
Number 714 out of Wellington, Florida, on the Elra Construction, Broward Motorsports, Jet Pilot Kawasaki, Domenico Barilla.
On the 777 out of Miami, Florida, Sea-Doo mounted. He's riding by through Miami Jet Ski Shop, Liquid Molly, and Wet Dream Team, Juan Lescano.
And number 808 out of Mooresville, North Carolina, riding for Riva, Fly Racing, Jet Pilot, HydroTurf, and Champion Power Sports, Graham Hunt. Here we go, Pro-Am box stock, moto number 1. Woo! Wow, we got McCluggage and Ian Tosca and Baldwin and a whole lineup.
Just got the 411 from Richard Ignacio, live streaming 247. Anthony Raditic is hooked up. We're going to get to see him live. Well, we'll be watching live, but across the planet, they can see from the racer's point of view this course in a world championship.
Yeah, and it's amazing technology that Richard Ignacio has developed here for the skis, and we are looking at a day when virtually every ski could have a camera uploading the image straight to the cloud, then back down right here to Mav's mixer, and he's able to switch this out. This is a developing technology using the cloud and basically cellular technology as opposed to microwave, which is a different type of system, and it's going to allow Maverick to do a lot of things moving forward.
We don't want to tell all the secrets. Well, there's no question, you know, when you use the term genius, Richard Ignacio comes to mind. I'm really not kidding about this.
Yeah, no, he's a tech professional. He's a systems professional, and we are lucky to have him.
And an ex-DJ.
You know, doing this. His music is a little questionable, but technology, awesome. There we go.
Oh, looks like Baldwin strong on the inside. Mac tried to sweep. Looks like Mac got a sweep. He's going to drop in second behind Baldwin.
Baldwin on the inside split with the lead. I believe that could be Ian Tosca. That's Snyder on the outside split. Here comes Snyder. Goes way wide. Baldwin looks over, sees Snyder coming. Here's Ian Tosca. Looks like he's back at about 5th right now. So much spray coming off these runabouts.
Yeah, it's nuts.
You got to sort them out. It's hard to see the numbers early on here, but down the back straightaway, that back section of the race course, I should say, Brian Baldwin, 5:02 with the race lead. Number 4, Erminio Ian Tosca now quickly worked his way around the riders in front of him from about 5th or 6th into 2nd position, and he is tracking down Baldwin on that Sea-Doo. 5:02 the race leader Baldwin. Here comes number 4, Ian Tosca, the hometown product. 40 years old, been racing forever. And he is on the gas on that brand new 2021 Sea-Doo. Here we are, Pro-Am box stock. So our first look really at the new 2021 Sea-Doos here in Pro-Am Runabout box stock moto number 1.
And Rick, let me tell you, answering the phone again. Apparently this is part of the Monteros clans. Justin just said, hey, I think Anyway, watch that brilliant yellow machine, the Sea-Doo. Watch how it goes through the pump wash. I was so impressed yesterday how it hooked up, even in solid wash.
Well, I would say Erminio and Tosca are the same boat, I would imagine. The new 21, I'm pretty sure Berninic also has a 2021 Sea-Doo that you were alluding to.
Yes.
And here he comes by. And Ian Tosca also on one, just 2 different colors. I believe, I have to check that out. Talk to them after a while. But 5:02 right now, Baldwin really looking good on that Yamaha out in front. Ian Tosca behind him in 2nd. And I really know Erminio would like to find a way around Brian Baldwin.
Boy, you took the words right out of my mouth, Rick. How many times have we seen these 2 battle neck and neck every single moto? So moto number 1, oh, that is the new 2021. That's the new purple color as opposed to the yellow, the Raditic that Erminio is riding. Boy, that boat is is looking good for something he just picked up 2 weeks ago.
Chris McCluggage right now 46 in 4th position, so he's got work to do to work up and try to catch up to the leaders.
Yeah, Torrey Snyder doing a phenomenal job out there. I think Tim Judge put the tunes to, well, this is his stock machine. Well, look at McCluggage trying to make the pass on Snyder.
Here comes Mac. Wow.
Let's see. Yeah, Mac takes the outside.
Yeah, you got Mac behind you trying to pass. You really got to grit your teeth and do work on that boat to keep him behind you.
Well, we're used to having a Snyder up front. It's usually Troy, though. All right. Anthony Radatic, he's not leading, but on the World Wide Web, he's the #1 racer right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been all Brian Baldwin, though. He got the whole shot, and he has led from the beginning. Ian Tosca trying to keep him in sight, and Baldwin now really pulling away.
Well, Baldwin's getting it. I'm sorry, Rick. Yeah, Baldwin's getting at that lap traffic, and at this point, I don't know of anyone that's better in the lap traffic than Brian Baldwin.
Yeah, he is phenomenal, no question about it. Ian Tosca in 2nd, Snyder in 3rd, and McCluggage in 4th. And then a little gap back to 5th place, which is 138.
Yep. That's Bohat, Brad Bohat out of Wisconsin.
And then Raditic behind Bohat. And I believe that's Dylan Osborne.
And then Tim Miller on the 37 out of Texas, followed by the 203. Or is it Christopher Landis on the 201? Wow, we're still doing it. And here comes Brian Baldwin again.
Amazing, man.
I think we need to get a lap time on this.
Oh, he is turning some fast laps.
These numbers are ridiculous. We were having 1-minute lap times yesterday.
Wow. Amazing riding right now in box stock runabout by Brian Baldwin on that Yamaha. The Sea-Doo of Ian Tosca, the brand new 2021 Sea-Doo of Ian Tosca. First look at those. Yeah, they look really good too, by the way. I think we're live right now with Raditic on that Sea-Doo, following him around the course. You can see what he's seeing in front of him as he's got a few riders to try to work around.
Well, he's seeing a lot of spray from Brad Bohat right now. That's
Yes,
what
he
he's
is.
seeing, I'll tell you. Bohat spectacular yesterday. He's working his way up. We watched the leaders go by. Brian Baldwin. Oh, what a pass.
Like you said, you know, nobody faster at getting around lap traffic than Brian Baldwin. Really talented rider. He just charges hard all the time. You know, he doesn't let off.
I don't know what happened, but McCluggage is way back to Snyder now. I don't know if he had to get off or pull the lanyard or what, but he's a half a lap back.
Falling way back in.
Yeah, in 4th position.
It's kind of surprising. 5:02, here comes Baldwin, and it is just a mess out there. The water is just churned up everywhere you look here at Naples.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
What a great day. The Liqui-Moly Pro Watercross World Championships presented by Broward Motorsports, and it is a fine day for pro watercross racing.
Well, the battle for 2nd and 3rd is heating up because Torrey Snyder has reeled in Arminio Ian Tosca. Ian Tosca going to the outside. Let's see. And Torrey Snyder using the inside. Ian Tosca has a boat in front of him. I believe it's Osborne. Yeah, Ian Tosca really got some speed out of the corners with that Sea-Doo.
Checkered flag comes out, 5:02. Brian Baldwin takes the win here, moto #1. And let's see the battle for 2nd here. Looks like it's going to be Ian Tosca, Kurt.
Easily Ian Tosca on that new 2021 XPS, the purple #4. Gorgeous color on that boat. In 3rd position, Torrey Snyder doing a great job, followed by Dylan Osborne. Who else we got coming in? Is that Dominic Barilla after McCluggage?
And Mac now with the kind of finish he was looking for today, but he's got 2 more motos to go, so we'll see what happens. start's so critical in this Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock Clash.
Bro, Brad Mohan comes through right in front of Tim Miller and Anthony Raditek. The 203, I think that's, is that Christopher Landis, potentially? A 777, a Juan Lezcano. Pro Freestyle coming up next.
Looks like we got 5 competitors today, so we're going to begin Pro Freestyle here momentarily. Always a fun competition to watch.
Well, it was great yesterday, and Robert Walston won yesterday. He's going to come out and give us a little preview before everything else goes. And Mr. Lake, I'm going to leave the mic to you. I'll be back in a few.
All right, Kurt, thank you. And for those just joining us, once again, I'd like to welcome everybody out to beautiful Naples, Florida for the Liqui Pro Watercross World Championships presented by Broward Motorsports. And of course, our sponsors, Naples, Marco Island, Everglades, the Paradise Coast, just gorgeous here. Liqui Find It Now GPS. Davis Trailer World, Perform X-Stitch, PWC Doctor, VP Racing Fuels, Wattcon.com, the Watercraft Network, the guys from the Watercraft Network. You got to tune in on Wednesday nights for that show on Facebook, and Pro Rider Magazine. And I believe Kurt was telling me that we have shirts for sale, Pro Watercross merchandise. Where's Kurt? Kurt Nolenberg. Is that what Pro Watercross merchandise? Is that what you were trying to tell me? For sale right now in the Pro Watercross booth right below the announcing tower. Great chance to pick up some Pro Watercross merchandise. Paul Lair, are you nearby? Or Robert Sand? I need to talk to one of you. Paul Lair or Robert Sand, please, you can just come to the bottom of the tower. Just need to chat with you for just a minute. We want to get dialed in on freestyle, Pro Freestyle here today. Just need a little bit of assistance. Where's Paul? Waiting for Paul Lair. And then we will get started momentarily with Pro Freestyle. So this is qualifying for Pro Freestyle, and qualifying. And we'll have the Pro Freestyle Finals a little bit later today. So this is the qualifying. This is the qualifying part of Pro Freestyle. So each rider will go out and have 2 minutes to perform. And basically it's going to be an opportunity for them to kind of get a good routine in, get a little practice essentially for the finals later. Paul Lair, are you nearby?
Well, we have 5 competitors in Pro Freestyle today. Check, 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 check. Yeah, not working. All right. No. On here? No. There, that's a little better. Now I can hear myself. I don't want to. Ray, can you hear me? We're trying to get this dialed in on the PA. Is it working? Oh, I hear a little delay, but that's okay. I won't listen to myself. All right, technology is a beautiful thing. And we've got everything sorted out between the television crew, the on-site crew, and it looks like we're just about ready to go with Pro Freestyle. Paul Lair, are you nearby? Ryan Doberstein. Who is that? All right, Robert Walston going out. Robert Walston, 20 years old, out of Highland, Michigan. Riding for Jet Maniac, USA Freestyle, and Bob Customs. Now you can see this hull that he is on. Now this is qualifying, so they're basically going out to get a good run in, get a little workout in, get their routine dialed in for the finals later on. The qualifying will determine who goes first, second, third, so on and so forth. Oh, it starts off with a big backflip. Nice maneuver this time. Robert Walston, Highland, Michigan, 20 years old, and he is putting on a nice show to start. A couple of big backflips and then a series of 360s and back up and underway in the tray. You can see how small this ski is, the hull compared to the racing hulls. This hull absolutely developed specifically for freestyle. And if you haven't ridden one of these are a handful to ride. They're very small, very powerful, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. As you can see right there, Robert Walston really looking good to start things off here today out of Michigan. And setting up for another going for a 360, another 360, another 360, and then into a backflip. Nice sequence right there by Robert Walston. Wow, gonna clear his head out a little bit. Took a little drink up the nose and snorts it out, and he's back up and underway, going into another big backflip. Robert Walston looking really, this guy's putting on a good show here today. I'm very impressed with Robert Walston. I don't think I've ever seen him before. 20 years old, nice, one-footed kind of a knack backflip. If I can refer back to my Jeremy McGrath motocross days, I guess I can, because there's nobody else that's going to say I can't, unless Kurt Nolenberg does. But Robert Walston one more time, setting up. Big 360 aerial, nice, all the way around, brought it around, and this guy is finishing his maneuvers. You see, he's not falling off, he's finishing everything pretty darn clean, and that's what the judges are looking for. Robert Walston looking good here, series of 360s, and he is on the gas here in pro freestyle. He's got 2 minutes, he'll get a horn with 15 seconds to go. Paul Lair. All right, Robert Walston one more time setting up. Okay, he's got 15 seconds. No, he says, I'm good. He says, I feel good about the way I feel. What a nice job. Let's hear it. Put your hands together. What a nice performance here to kick things off. Robert Walston out of Highland, Michigan, Jet Maniac, USA Freestyle, Bob Customs. This guy put on a nice show here. Very impressive. I think this is the first time I've seen this young man, and he looks good.
Well, he was our winner yesterday.
Man, nice job, Robert Walston. Beautiful, nice job. You can put your hands together one more time. This young man looked really good. Nice way to start pro freestyle, man. Congrats, that's huge. Beautiful routine. Getting a lot of fist bumps down on the beach, keeping socially distanced. Looks like, is that Greg Brock going out? Gregory Brock, I've seen him a few times. 63 years old, ladies and gentlemen, on the old school ski. You saw Walston on the new design hull. Now, Greg Brock going to do some vintage. Maybe we call this vintage freestyle. I don't know, but it's a lot of fun. Brock waving. You can wave back. Let him know he's factory freestyle. Greg out of Antioch, Illinois. Like I said, 63 years old, man. And wow. 63 and you're doing freestyle on a stand-up? Are you kidding me?
That was exhibition.
So he still has all his vertebrae, apparently. Yeah. Well, this is... All right, Greg Brock into a tail stand. Now this is what we call old school freestyle. Back in the day, we used to have a lot of riders that would like to soak down the spectators. Greg Brock setting up. This is definitely an old school, a superjet style. Going to go for a submarine, see if he can drive it out. He does. Nice job, Greg Brock. He's kind of pumped with that one. He drove that one right out. And he is looking good out there on that superjet. Greg Brock, again, 63 years old, and he's riding in memory of Diana Stanley. He also sponsored by Team Twangle and Freestyle Factory, and these guys have been at this a long time, a long time. Up on the hood, going to reach around and grab the throttle, one-handed, sitting up on that hood, going to spin it around 180, drive back the other way. pumped up? Hey, not too many 63-year-olds out here doing freestyle.
And doing it as well as Greg is. He put on an exhibition yesterday. He came up and helped me announce trick.
Cool.
Had a great conversation. Talk about somebody that loves the sport. Brock got 15 seconds for his final trick. What's it going to be?
Yeah, he is. He's had a really nice, smooth routine. Really, no faults, no fallings, and he's going for a little sub. And
yeah, that was an inverted face plant.
But he hung on and drove that baby out, and is feeling pretty good about the way he's feeling right now. Into a tail stand, gonna spin it around, and. Down, drives that nose down into a sub. Greg Brock, 63 years old. My goodness. My kudos, huge kudos to Greg Brock.
Talk about having a good time.
So loud. All right, nice job. Put your hands together. Greg Brock, Antioch, Illinois. Yeah, he's 63. Come on. That's nobody's grandpa out there doing freestyle. This guy is rocking it. Nice job, Greg. All right, riding for B&N Power Sports. We know who that is going out on the water right now. Our good buddy Brad Hill out of Rutherford, North Carolina.
Yes, I've been struggling with that as well.
We never get it right. We butcher it every time, and I'm okay with that.
As am I.
You know, once in a while you just got to suck. And with that name of that town, we both do.
I agree.
It's as simple as
Next
that.
time I drive through North Carolina, I'm going to stop by, see Brad, and repeat the name of his town until I can get it right.
All right, Brad Hill. Of course, he's our pastor, traveling pastor, one of them, along with our good Team Faith crew.
And
Brad,
Father Tegan Hill.
And Father Tegan Hill, great young close course racer. We saw him out here earlier taking a win in the 13 to 15-year-old class. Now, dads out there get to play around on his. You can see the difference between the ski that Greg Brock was on, that Yamaha Superjet, and this specially designed hull. Very, very short. They're completely different designs. A lot more rocker in the nose. You can see that nose really tilt underneath. That's the roundness of the hull and the bottom designed to do just that. A beautiful backflip by Brad Hill right there. And Kurt, these skis, if you've ever ridden one of these little, I call them little because they're little pro freestyle skis, they're a handful.
Well, and they have to be. To get, let's say 600 pounds between rider and machine to do inverted tricks on a moment's notice, you got to have 1,300 cc's of power. These are special built twin cylinder machines, and you can't go anything more than a twin cylinder. It's just too heavy.
Yeah, they're twin cylinder 2-strokes, and they are designed for a real high torque output that they have maximum thrust right off the low end of the power spectrum, and they just are able to jump in the air like that and shoot themselves straight up in the air with that small hull and a high torque motor, and it works very well.
And Brad Hill just doing it effortlessly there. 15 seconds left for Brad. Let's see what he's got in his book of tricks. If you want to impress the judges, you usually want to do it. Your biggest trick in the last few seconds. He gets some air, rides it out. Let's give some applause to Brad Hill.
Ooh, watch that starting line pole.
That's extreme.
Yeah, we don't want to get too close to that. Nice job, Brad Hill. Put your hands together. Brad Hill, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, pro freestyle has evolved so much over the years. It's amazing to see what they're doing with these hulls and able to get the air that they get just from basically a standing stop, just sitting there and boom, straight up.
Well, I'm looking down at Gary Burtka's ski, and not only does he have footholds, but he's got heel holds in there as well to hold him into the ski. The technology, as you said, is absolutely spectacular. And Burtka, He's been he races everything.
Yep.
If it's on the water, Gary races it, and he's got it here today.
Yeah, Gary Burka, 43 years old, out of Rolling Meadows, Illinois. All this whole crew has come from Illinois, the upper Midwest there. And Gary riding for Trilogia, CBD, Factory FX, and EVS. And again, this is qualifying for Pro Freestyle, so really it's just going to come down to later on. And these guys are getting a workout in, getting their practice in on their qualifying time. 2 minutes for each rider.
Yeah, wicked 360-degree spin there. Gary turning, setting up for his trick. Gets what he wants. Up and over 360 into a tailspin with a boat that's that short. Difficult to do the tailspin. There's pluses and minuses.
Yeah, Rick Roy let me ride one of his boats one time, and I'll tell you what, man, it was an eye-opener.
It's almost frightening.
He thought he was going to teach me how to do a backflip, just like that. And
one-hander by Burka.
Nice job, Gary Burka. Beautiful one-hand backflip.
Gary turning it around, getting in close to shore, setting up for it. It's going aerial. A full 360, rides it out 180. Gary turning around, havoc going everywhere. Burka. He's trying to put together a string of tricks, one after another. A beautiful spin. The landing not perfect, but he still landed it.
He hung in there.
He hung in there.
Yeah, that's amazing. Nice job, Gary Burka.
Oh, man, Greg Brock down here is just going off watching Burka.
Yeah, those guys are buddies. They've been doing this together such a long time. My goodness, probably close to 30 years, I'm guessing.
Gary Burka said, hey, let's make some noise.
Beautiful job, Gary.
Spins around.
One more.
One-hander lander.
Man, looking good, Gary Burka.
All right, 15 seconds. What's he going to do? He's going to stop.
Yeah. I think he may not knew he had 15 seconds, but.
Right, Greg was trying to tell him.
Or he's worn out.
And I think Gary's like, dude, I raced all day yesterday. I'm done.
He just went, oh.
Big round of applause for Gary Burka.
It's okay. It's qualifying, Gary. You got another chance later on to get that extra 15 seconds in.
Gary's been practicing that princess wave for weeks now. He's got it down.
Okay, now this guy's going on. What's his helmet this guy's got on? This is a different look.
That is Ryan Doberstein out of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Is that Ryan?
That's Ryan. And if you remember, a couple of years ago, Ryan was our amateur champion, and we allowed him to go into the pro class because he can move up. He's a pro from then on, and he got second overall. Almost won the thing. Folks, you are in for a treat here.
I like the helmet, the face guard helmet deal going on there.
Right?
Man.
Well, he likes his teeth, and he wants to keep them.
What's that? Yeah, the lacrosse helmet, that's right.
Yeah. Lightweight.
Our director, Ray, will like that. He's very familiar with that.
Yes, he will.
Yeah, he'll like that.
Good knowledge there.
Yeah. Ray's going, oh, okay, Rick, you don't need to say
well
that.
done, Gary.
All right, we should see a good show here from Ryan.
Well, he's taking his time, warm up that machine. Folks, you will not believe the amplitude, the height that Ryan Doberstein is able to accomplish with that machine.
All right. Ryan's going to get set. And as soon as he does his first trick, that's when they start the 2-minute clock. And right about now, little one-hander into a nice backflip. Wow, series of backflips. Look at him go, 3 in a row, and nice way to start the routine, Kurt.
Yeah, and he knows that people do get tired of a backflip. He has changed his routine, and you see 3, that's enough. He could do 40 if you wanted. Huge amplitude, 7 or 540.
Wow.
And triple backflips.
Man, what a beautiful combination that time by Ryan Doberstein. Looking good out there.
And folks, you are correct. The louder you are, the more he goes up. Doberstein spins it around 360, a backflip. Kicking his feet into the footholds. He's going to get radical. Ryan checking the water. He's going to set up.
Well, you can see the way they do. They come around, circle around, and create a wake for themselves.
Knack, another knack and a 360-degree spin. Another knack coming backflip. Ryan Doberstein is just going off.
Series of 360s, and he'll spin around now. He'll set up again, you watch, and he'll create a wake for himself. That's what he's doing when he does the big wide circles. This series of 360s here, a little something different to mix it up, and then into a backflip out of nowhere. Boom, 2, 3.
It's like one's not enough, but 3 is just enough.
3 seems to be the perfect number for him.
He could do those all day. He could probably read the newspaper and do that all day.
Yeah, we've seen riders do 50 of them in a row, and that gets a little tedious.
Wow, huge amplitude. One-footed, another heel clicker, and flips it back. Sorry, something in our mic. All right, Doberstein making the turn, setting up.
15 seconds. Drives it out. Nice combination again. No mistakes right there. Doberstein looking very smooth, very consistent into a series of backflips. One more time. 3 in a row, 4 in a row, 5 in a row. I thought he was just going to go across the lake.
He can. Big round of applause for Ryan Doberstein.
All right, that was a nice exhibition of freestyle right there. Ryan Doberstein, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together one more time. Ryan Doberstein, phenomenal performance this morning, or this afternoon. Where are we? What time is it? Who knows? It is afternoon. Thank you. Oh, got his wife and little baby down there, and that baby's growing up. She was a baby a little bit ago. Now she's getting ready to start riding. How cute is that? Ryan's got her on that ski. Look at her. Oh, that is absolutely precious.
Okay.
You were so loud in my ear, I'm just dying. I put it on, the first one over there. My left ear, I couldn't hear it. My deaf right ear.
Ready, copy?
Check, check, check.
Probably say
Ryan, sorry we couldn't get Robert in here, but television people are yakking and we're using it.
Crown a world champion for the cameras of CBS Sports. Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida is the place all week long. The world's greatest watercross racers get after it.
Liquid Moly has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using a warranty? Well, you shouldn't. Liquid Moly Marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for right viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
I had my own business for 15 years, and then we did a vacation here in Florida. We liked it, so we moved here. The weather was one of the main things we came over. And then we have to make a living, of course. That's why we do what we do best. Sausage. You come in as a customer, you become a friend.
Broward Motorsports, South Florida's premier power sports dealer with 4 locations: Davie, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, and Tequesta. A huge selection of new and used motorcycles, UTVs, ATVs, boats, trailers, and personal watercraft. Log on, check out the selection, and request a quote. Broward Motorsports will not be undersold. The best staff in the industry are ready to serve you. We also feature a customizing department to build the machine of your dreams. At Broward Motorsports, you gotta ride.
The world's greatest watercross racers are at Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida all week long. On Saturday, the pros queue it up to crown a world champion for the cameras of CBS Sports. Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida is the place all week long. The world's greatest watercross racers get after it.
Liquid Moly has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using your warranty? Well, you shouldn't. Liquid Moly Marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for right viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
I had my own business for 15 years, and then we did a vacation here in Florida. We liked it, so we moved here. The weather was one of the main things we came over. And then we have to make a living, of course. That's why we do what we do best. Sausage. You come in as a customer, you become a friend.
Broward Motorsports, South Florida's premier power sports dealer with 4 locations: Davie, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, and Tequesta. A huge selection of new and used motorcycles, UTVs, ATVs, boats, trailers, and personal watercraft. Log on, check out the selection, and request a quote. Broward Motorsports will not be undersold. The best staff in the industry are ready to serve you. We also feature a customizing department to build the machine of your dreams. At Broward Motorsports, you gotta ride.
The world's greatest watercross racers are at Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida, all week long. On Saturday, the pros queue it up to crown a world champion for the cameras of CBS Sports. Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida is the place all week long. The world's greatest watercross racers get after it.
Liquid Moly has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using your warranty? Well, you shouldn't. Liquid Moly Marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for right viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
I had my own business for 15 years, and then we did a vacation here in Florida. We liked it, so we moved here. The weather was one of the main things we came over. And then we have to make a living, of course. That's why we do what we do best. Sausage. You come in as a customer, you become a friend.
Broward Motorsports, South Florida's premier power sports dealer with 4 locations: Davie, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, and Tequesta. A huge selection of new and used motorcycles, UTVs, ATVs, boats, trailers, and personal watercraft. Log on, check out the selection, and request a quote. Broward Motorsports will not be undersold. The best staff in the industry are ready to serve you. We also feature a customizing department to build the machine of your dreams. At Broward Motorsports, you gotta ride.
The world's greatest watercross racers are at Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida, all week long. On Saturday, the pros queue it up to crown a world champion for the cameras of CBS Sports. Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida is the place all week long. The world's greatest watercross racers get after it.
Liquid Moly has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using your warranty? Well, you shouldn't. Liquid Moly Marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for right viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
I had my own business for 15 years, and then we did a vacation here in Florida. We liked it, so we moved here. The weather was one of the main things we came over. And then we have to make a living, of course. That's why we do what we do best. Sausage. You come in as a customer, you become a friend.
Broward Motorsports, South Florida's premier power sports dealer with 4 locations: Davie, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, and Tequesta. A huge selection of new and used motorcycles, UTVs, ATVs, boats, trailers, and personal watercraft. Log on, check out the selection, and request a quote. Broward Motorsports will not be undersold. The best staff in the industry are ready to serve you. We also feature a customizing department to build the machine of your dreams. At Broward Motorsports, you gotta ride.
The world's greatest watercross racers are at Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida, all week long. On Saturday, the pros queue it up to crown a world champion for the cameras of CBS Sports. Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida is the place all week long. The world's greatest watercross racers get after it.
Liquid Moly has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using your warranty? Well, you shouldn't. Liquid Moly Marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for right viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
I had my own business for 15 years, and then we did a vacation here in Florida. We liked it, so we moved here. The weather was one of the main things we came over. And then we have to make a living, of course. That's why we do what we do best. Sausage. You come in as a customer, you become a friend.
Broward Motorsports, South Florida's premier power sports dealer with 4 locations: Davie, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, and Tequesta. A huge selection of new and used motorcycles, UTVs, ATVs, boats, trailers, and personal watercraft. Log on, check out the selection, and request a quote. Broward Motorsports will not be undersold. The best staff in the industry are ready to serve you. We also feature a customizing department to build the machine of your dreams. At Broward Motorsports, you gotta ride.
The world's greatest watercross racers are at Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida, all week long. On Saturday, the pros queue it up to crown a world champion for the cameras of CBS Sports. Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida is the place all week long. The world's greatest watercross racers get after it.
Liquid Moly has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using your warranty? Well, you shouldn't. Liquid Moly Marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for the right viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
I had my own business for 15 years, and then we did a vacation here in Florida. We liked it, so we moved here. The weather was one of the main things we came over. And then we have to make a living, of course. That's why we do what we do best. Sausage. You come in as a customer, you become a friend.
Pro Watercross. high speeds, high fun action. Who will be the next world champion? We find out next on CBS Sports Network. Welcome to beautiful Naples, Florida, the Paradise Coast. It's a gorgeous day here out on the water at Sugden Regional Park. This is the Broward Motorsports Pro Watercross World Championship. Now, I'm about to introduce you guys to the 3 classes we're covering today. First up, we have the Pro Ski GP. These are the stand-up watercraft.
Broward Motorsports, South Florida's premier power sports dealer with 4 locations: Davie, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, and Tequesta. A huge selection of new and used motorcycles, UTVs, ATVs, boats, trailers, and personal watercraft. Log on, check out the selection, and request a quote. Broward Motorsports will not be undersold. The best staff in the industry are ready to serve you. We also feature a customizing department to build the machine of your dreams. At Broward Motorsports, you gotta ride.
The world's greatest watercross racers are at Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida, all week long. On Saturday, the pros queue it up to crown a world champion for the cameras of CBS Sports. Sugden Regional Park in Naples, Florida is the place all week long. The world's greatest watercross racers get after it.
Liquid Moly has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using your warranty? Well, you shouldn't. Liquid Moly Marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for the right viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
I had my own business for 15 years, and then we did a vacation here in Florida. We liked it, so we moved here. The weather was one of the main things we came over. And then we have to make a living, of course. That's why we do what we do best. Sausage. You come in as a customer, you become a friend.
Come on.
I could be
I
that
expect
pretty.
more out of you than that.
Oh, come on. I couldn't be that pretty. Oh, check it out. Aerial attacking over here. Oh, as I'm looking back through all these specialty cars and trucks back here, absolutely fantastic. I couldn't help but notice that I saw our president in the back of one of the cars.
How about that? Making an appearance here in South Florida.
That and these mega hats. MAGA? Yeah, buddy.
This isn't even Mar-a-Lago, but the cool cruisers are here. You know, really, really cool cars lined up out there. Good to have everybody here from the cool cruisers. Just absolutely gorgeous automobile.
What a great way to go to school. Ah, the 60s.
Hey, how you doing? Drew in the truck. Drew Drew in the truck. Okay.
And they're up. Looks like Richuk with a drive on the inside. Connor Richuk on the 115. Drops it in.
All right.
Richuk.
Hopefully good on the PA sooner or later.
Oh, flying on the inside. On the outside, that's Zeke Keim on the double. Richuk, Keim, Voss, Sarinch, and the double eight of Matt Brabham. Now remember, Brabham out front, early on in moto number 1. So our finishes in moto number 1 were Dustin Voss, followed by Zeke Keim, Matt Brabham, Sarinich, and Connor Richuk.
Yeah, Voss completely ran away with moto number 1. Really dominated that race early on, the first race of the day. Now back out here again, it looks like that's Richuk out in front.
Yeah.
So Connor Richuk. Matthew was just up here in the tower a minute ago. His brother, and he finished 3rd in moto number 1. So now he's out in front, and see if he can hang on to this and get back in the running for the overall.
Watching these riders come down the main straightaway. Connor Richuk on that 115. He's going to make that right then left combo, and our log jump is going to come into play.
Dustin Voss now closing the gap on Richuk as they go over the log jump here for the first time in moto number 2. And Voss closing that gap on Richuk.
Sarinch goes over. He's back up on the ski. There goes Zeke Keim. Keim up into the 3rd position now. Matt Brabham stuck back there in 5th position. See if he can move forward. And look at the battle for the lead on the far left-hand side of the course. Voss trying to make a move on Richuk.
Oh, got a rider down out in the back.
And that was Richuk, Connor Richuk. Voss putting the pressure on him, Rick, and unfortunately he bailed. He's back up on the machine, though, so with any luck, he'll get going. And he's just able to hold his position as the next rider comes through. That's Zeke Keim.
Well, Voss now out in front, right where he picking up right where he left off in moto number 1 with a substantial lead. Richuk in 2nd, 77. Zeke Keim now in 3rd place behind Richuk, and then 1.1 Patrick Tricky Sarinich in 4th and 93. Matt Brabham.
Yeah,
as we talked earlier, that is the grandson of the great Jack Brabham, 3-time Formula 1 world champion. It's a pretty good blood there.
Yeah, well, look, his grandson's here at the World Championships. Another sport, I get it, but, you know, competition, it runs in the blood. Speaking of which, as I said that, here comes Tori Snyder right in front of us. All right, back out on the track. Voss, large and in charge. He makes the turn under the front straightaway. And the battle now for 2nd, 3rd, and potentially 4th. 2nd and 3rd, Richuk and Keim right next to each other. One buoy separating them. And Tricky using the inside, Rick Lake. Tricky want to see if he can make a move up. He had that inadvertent water sampling over there before the log jump that slowed him down, but he's starting to pick that pace right back up, Rick.
Yeah, you know what though, it is, Zeke Keim's putting the pressure on Richuk, but look at the race leader, Dustin Voss. Once he got by Richuk, he is just absolutely split from the pack, and on an opposite side of the racetrack now with about a half a lap lead is Dustin Voss, first moto winner. Dustin, 14 years old, out of Harvard, Illinois, and he is just impressive out here in this stock class, amateur ski stock. So 14 years old, he is moving up in the world of pro watercross racing.
Yeah, no question about it.
He completely dominates this class. I think next season we'll probably see him in some other classes moving forward.
Yeah, I don't think they'll allow him to stay back.
He's
well, Dustin
fast.
Up and over the log jump, doing a great job in doing that too.
15 comes down the front straightaway. That is Connor Ritchuk, followed by 77, Zeke Kime, and those two are having a good battle for second right now. And actually, Patrick Serenich not too far off the pace of those guys, as is Brabham.
Yeah, Serenich has really been riding hard since he had that little bobble and tip over in the water. Just not enough to catch up with our leaders. But, boy, any mistake by those two, and he's going to be right there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know,
I should say second and third. Yeah.
There's a great race behind the race leader.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Voss is just gone, but the other four are all within striking distance of each other. So they're having a great race out there. Voss, though, having a better race than everybody and enjoying himself, looks over as he comes down the front straightaway, checks out Kevin Scott, our flagger, on the tower, and he said, well, I wouldn't mind seeing that white flag come out anytime soon.
Yeah, well, watch Voss as he goes up and over the log jump. He's been spectacular on it today. A little bump there, but still over cleanly. No balance issues. Voss on that number 24 machine, really the class of the field in this moto. He likes that inside split course, and it sure is working well for him. So we watch him get on to the fin back straightaway. Wide open, and look at the speed of that machine. He gets down in the tray, more of an aerodynamic position. Dustin Voss is having himself a moto right now, folks.
The battle I'm watching is for second place, and that is a wonderful race taking place between Connor Ritchuk in second, hanging on to second right now, number 15. They're in the backside of the race, there's 115, and Zeke Kime. Zeke out of Syracuse, Indiana, part of that Syracuse Mafia, we like to call him. And Zeke now really starting to close in on Ritchuk, and Zeke goes down momentarily, back up and underway. And that's going to give Ritchuk just a little bit of breathing room.
Rick, I wonder if Zeke Kime isn't got to be a little tired. He had a ton of motos yesterday on quite a few different boats. And here he is out here again running motos, 3 sets of motos in 2 classes. That's tough.
Yeah, he's young.
Yeah, he is.
He's young, man.
Rick, compared to you and I, everybody is young.
Yeah, you know, these guys in their teens, you know, my goodness gracious, they don't get tired, do they?
No.
They just ride.
You just got to ride, if you know what I mean.
Got to ride. Broward Motorsports,
yes,
our presenting sponsor of the 2020 Liqui-Moly Pro Watercross World Championships here in Naples, Florida. And yeah, Broward Motorsports, their tagline, you got to ride, and they do very, very well. All of them that ride with Broward Motorsports.
Yeah, I'm talking about, I was down there in the pits talking to Ray from Find It Now GPS. They call it Finn. That's what we're calling it, the Finn back straightaway. He's got a lot of customers right behind there. He doesn't even know it. Ray, you might want to go talk to these cool cruiser guys. I think your device would be perfect for them.
Boy, isn't that the truth?
I see you drop about 40 of those units right now.
Yeah, the cool cruisers, man. What a cool bunch of cars. Well named, and I love seeing the classics. Wow, Dustin Voss, man, he is just gone. Amazing ride. He's in a whole other land. He's in another state than the rest of the field. Amazing. White flag out. One lap to go for the leader.
Yeah, I got a call from AT&T trying to give him a message, tell him he's in another area code. He's going to have to switch over to another tower. He gone.
Yes, he is.
He gone.
All right. And Connor Ritchuk continues to hold off Zeke Kime. Kime going to the inside split now, seeing if he can't make up a little ground on Ritchuk.
Oh, looks like it's going to be tight.
It is going to be tight. He definitely made some ground up on Ritchuk that time.
White flag.
Let's watch the last lap here between those two, because if Zeke Kime takes that inside split again, he may take over second place.
This is going to be a battle to the finish. Ritchuk looks over. There's Zeke right behind him. Zeke up and over. What a great job on the log jump that time by second and third position.
Yeah, both riders looking really good out there. And meanwhile, Dustin Voss kind of making this one a snoozer. Not for him, but for everybody else, as he takes the checkered flag. Number 24, another win. 2 motos, 2 wins in amateur ski stock for Dustin Voss today.
Yeah, that was a spectacular ride in this second moto. Can't wait to see the third. And here it comes, the battle for the finish. Far left-hand side of the course. Richuk on the outside. Keim on the inside. Zeke pushing hard, but Richuk has got a good drive.
Yeah.
Here comes Keim. Keim going to be close.
Not even
Richuk's
close.
got it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He's definitely
Not close?
got it. Nah.
That was a half a boat length.
It was about three boat lengths.
Yeah, let me let you use my glasses.
No, my eyes are good, man. No glasses necessary here, except binoculars.
Apparently.
Let me see the binoculars. Binos. Speaking of glasses.
Yeah, exactly. This is shorthand. Rick and I talking about him using the binoculars because he doesn't wear glasses and can see further out there.
Well, it helps in the first turn.
All right, Pro-Am Roundabout GP is on the line. We only have three boats out there. Surprising. Well, let's go ahead and call them out on the number 30 Yamaha out of Kuwait City, Kuwait, sponsored by Spartan, Gulf Cables, and Rider's Own, Rashid Al-Dawas.
Number 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, on the Snyder Belt Judge, Dean's Team Yamaha, Torrey Snyder.
On the 114 C2 out of Tupelo, Mississippi, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Slippery Wetsuits, Oakley, and Pacifico Beer, Claude Clayton.
203 out of Naples, Florida, on the Miami Jet Ski Shop, Liqui-Moly, Naples' finest Frenchies Yamaha, Alex Cushman.
On the 247 out of Groveland, Florida, sponsored by Dean's Team, Action Kawasaki, and Oztec Marine, Dylan Osborne.
And 777 out of Miami, on the Miami Jet Ski Shop, Liqui-Moly, Wet Dream Team, Sea-Doo, Juan Lescano, and it was Lescano that had a great ride in Moto number 1, taking the win, and see if we can pick up where he left off, because that was pretty amazing. He really was on the gas.
That was a Voss kind of win.
Almost, it was. So we got 3 riders on the line, and we're missing a few in this runabout GP.
Well, it is
Moto
a GP class.
Yeah, a little attrition. Lescano right in front of us, right below. And we'll see how he works it off the gate here.
Well, and I'm wondering about the strategy. Lescano has Snyder right next to him. Snyder chose to be the outside next to him. Let's see who pushes who.
And those two are running 1-2.
Oh, Torrey Snyder.
Oh, well, that Sea-Doo bogged off the starting line bad. Lescano's Sea-Doo just bogged, and he is going. He is not running well here. At the start of Moto number 2. Wow.
Well, you know what he's got to say. Bye-bye.
That Sea-Doo just bogged, and Torrey did not. And it looks like it's going to be tough now for Lescano, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's going to make it interesting, huh?
Yeah, Alex Cushman in second and Lescano in third, and that's it. 3 riders, and right now Torrey Snyder with the lead, but Lescano charging hard behind Cushman. He's going to try to displace Cushman for second place here momentarily.
Well, Cushman, a sponsored rider there, so I got to think if he sees Juan pushing him a little hard, he may move over. But, boy, he's going to have to catch him first. Cushman
pulling away. Lescano, just like the opposite of Moto number 1, where he had more power and speed than everyone out there. Here in Moto number 2, Lescano trailing the pack.
Yeah, you watch that 203 of Cushman, that red machine. He is just blasted through the corners, and they're out in front. Torrey Snyder on that 110. Snyder absolutely brilliant the last couple of days, and he's out front and starting to leave everyone behind. Now it's Torrey Snyder's turn to get into a new area code.
Yeah, well, 110 Torrey Snyder, he could do nothing with Juan Lescano in Moto number 1 as he trailed him the entire race. Here in Moto number 2, completely flip-flopping everything, and in fact, Lescano not in second, way back in third, and it looks like he's got half the power that he had in Moto number 1 on that Sea-Doo. He is just fallen completely off the pace. I can't even imagine what has happened.
I'm going to say mechanical, and he's still running it through.
Yeah, I mean, he was running strong at the end of moto number 1. At least we thought he was. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
So,
well, Torrey Snyder, no question about it. Torrey got the whole shot. He was on the band, on the gas, ready to go. And I think that first moto finish frustrated him enough. He's got a new mindset coming out here.
Perhaps
it's all or nothing in that second moto, and he got the whole shot.
Well, yeah, when the band snapped, Torrey accelerated immediately. Lescano definitely has a problem because that Sea-Doo bogged hard off the starting line, and he's just now in complete cruise mode and not pushing it at all. I don't know what's going on there, but apparently a problem.
Yeah, I think he's trying to save the machine for the third and final moto with whatever problem it is. Obviously, it's running reasonably well, just not to the kind of speed that it was in the first moto. And the competitors are running right now because Torrey Snyder is just taking off.
No, Lescano's going to get lapped here by Snyder. Lescano is, I can't imagine what he looks so good in moto number 1. What a disappointment for that Miami jet ski shop and the Sea-Doo of Juan Lescano here in moto number 2. Looking so good in moto 1. But it's all Snyder on that Tim Judge built Yamaha, absolutely dominating here moto number 2. And like I said, he is going to put Lescano a lap down in a couple of laps here, it looks like. And Cushman charging hard in second behind Snyder.
Yeah, Alex Cushman out of Naples, Florida, local boy, showing off for his family and friends. And, man, he is on a torrid pace, really not that far back. We should be checking a lap time here. These boats are flying.
And as Lescano, he is also sponsored by the Miami Jet Ski Shop. So instead of Lescano taking the charge in this class, now it's going to be his teammate Alex Cushman trying to keep Torrey Snyder in sight here as these laps start winding down. Here comes Snyder now. He puts Lescano a lap down. That took about a lap. And here comes Alex Cushman, and Lescano just moves out of the way.
Yeah, great sportsmanship. Well, he doesn't want to get in the way of the guys that are still in it. And Cushman, I am so impressed with Alex Cushman. Have not seen him ride like this before. And he's gaining on Snyder.
Yeah, Alex Cushman, 30 years old, right here in Naples, Florida, on that Miami Jet Ski Shop Yamaha. As mentioned, our race leader, Torrey Snyder, 17 years old, the son, of course, of multi-time champion. His dad, absolutely one of the best runabout racers we've seen come along in a long while. Troy Snyder, and Torrey's learned well from his dad, no question about it, because he's moved on from the IROC boats to these full-size runabouts and has become immediately competitive on the racetrack. So good to see Torrey Snyder out there carrying the torch for the Snyder family. His dad hurt in an accident in St. Augustine, the final round of the tour, and he's on recovery. Looking forward to seeing him back. Meanwhile, Torrey takes the white flag. 1 lap to go, but Cushman keeping the pressure on Snyder, hoping for a mistake by young Torrey, but I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Well, one little error, and he'll be right there. Cushman, yes, let's watch the split course. Where are they going to go? Yeah, taking the outside. Yeah, they're both taking the outside. So Cushman feels that that's the fastest way through for his boat as well. And your leaders coming down the back straightaway. Just a few more turns for Torrey Snyder.
Yeah, typically these big runabouts, they choose the outside splits with the faster, little smoother lines, less tight turning. As the checkered flag comes out, moto number 2, Torrey Snyder takes the win here in Pro-Am Runabout GP. Alex Cushman really keeping him on, is keeping the pressure on in second place, and a real disappointing run in moto number 2 for Juan Lezcano.
Yeah, Lezcano, obviously brilliant in the first moto, won it going away, and now that's going to make this third and final moto a lot more interesting.
Yeah,
hey, I got the last lap time for Tori Snyder. I told you we were doing 1 minute motos or laps yesterday. 43.72.
Yeah, well, on a GP run about that, that sounds about right.
That's hitting and getting, man.
That is really fast. No doubt about it. And we go back down to the starting line now. Moto number 2 for IROC Stock. Moto number 12 out of Appleton, Wisconsin, the Sea-Doo of Ellen Rohde.
On the number 17 Sea-Doo out of Carthage, Texas, Kenny Compton.
Number 22 X out of Winthrop Harbor, Illinois, on the Yamaha, Ryan Rasmussen.
On the double 2 out of West Harrison, Ohio, 58 years young, it's John Block.
Number 54 out of Schenectady, New York, on the Yamaha, Shelby Warman.
On the 83 Yamaha out of Indianapolis, Indiana, Matt Brabham.
88 out of Beverly Hills, California, on the Yamaha, Arnold Martinez.
On the 89 Sea-Doo out of Des Prairies, Wisconsin, Kyle Niket.
121 out of New Berlin, Wisconsin, on the Sea-Doo, Eric Nels.
On the Yamaha from Miami, Florida, if I said 176, you'd say Valentina Lezcano.
Number 215 out of Canton, Georgia, on the Sea-Doo, Seth Nema.
Rounding out the field out of Lake Placid, Florida, on the 729 Sea-Doo, Jeff Stanley.
Live. All right, we're looking live from the starting line out towards the first turn. Great shot here for everybody watching on the live feed throughout the world on the web. And here we go, moto number 2, IROC Stock underway.
Looks like Block with a good drive on the outside. Rasmussen kind of stuck in the middle. Oh, he's going to have to work his way up. Looks like he's going to drop down into second or third. We'll see what happens. On the inside,
Brabham takes the whole shot on the inside.
Again.
On the outside, it's 176. Looks like Valentina Lezcano gets the whole shot on the outside down the front straightaway.
Yeah,
it's Brabham and Lezcano.
Yeah, Brabham got the whole shot again. There's Rasmussen in third.
Yeah, nice job by Valentina Lezcano.
Right.
Taking the whole shot on that outside split on that Miami Jet Ski Shop Yamaha. And Brabham out in front. We talked about him just a little bit ago, the grandson of the great Jack Brabham, the Formula One world champion, 3-time world champion. And he's picking up where his grandfather left off in racing out here in front. Looking good is young Matt Brabham, 26 years old, out of Indianapolis, Indiana. A lot of racing heritage in Indianapolis, that's for sure.
Well, Brabham makes a turn onto the front straightaway, looks over his shoulder. Ooh, that rider right behind him taking the penalty, boy. That is Ryan Rasmussen. Oh, excuse me, Valentina Lezcano.
Yeah, Valentina took the penalty buoy. She stays in front of Rasmussen, hangs on to second place, but allows Brabham to extend that lead.
John Block pushed back in the pack, trying to move up, and he's back about that 6th spot right now. Arnold Martinez battling to move forward. He was at the back of the pack, and he's making forward moves.
Yeah, keep an eye on Valentina Lezcano as she is really trying to track down Brabham. Brabham number 83, the race leader, Lezcano on boat 176, and she is back on the gas after having to take that makeup buoy and starting to close the gap on our leader.
Yeah, if you watch Lezcano in these corners, you'll see that boat turns violently. She holds on with everything she has. It's not easy, and I'll tell you what, kudos to Valentina Lezcano. She has developed into a top flight racer over the last 3 years with Pro Watercross.
Yeah, no question. And, you know, she has overcome a pretty severe shoulder injury a year ago, has recovered from that, to say the least, and is charging here today in Naples, and it's good to see her back in top form.
Yes, it is. And boy, she and her brother Juan having a heck of a weekend so far.
Yeah, they are up and down for Juan, but you know, that's racing, and the Lescano family, Miami Jet Ski Shop, they are always competitive and very enthusiastic and on the gas always. Good to see them out here.
And always well fed. Sebastian makes a mean barbecue.
Boy, that's a fact. Our race leader, 83 down the front straightaway, that is Brabham. Lescano behind him in second. Valentina really starting to close the gap now on our race leader Brabham. 22, Ryan Rasmussen, who led Moto number 1 for quite a while, ended up with a second overall in Moto number 1. And he would like to get up there with the race leaders and get in a little better position right now.
So this is interesting. Brabham was stuck behind that left rider for just a little bit. He took the outside. Valentina, behind both of them, decides to take the inside, and that helped her out significantly. They've got free water in front of them for about another half a lap. Brabham comes off the back straightaway into the turns, and Valentina going to follow him that outside portion of the split course. And it looks like Ryan Rasmussen taking the inside, going to try that and see how that works out.
Yeah, Valentina, it continues to close that gap on Brabham little by little as they make some laps here in Naples. Looks like the halfway sign is out. Check, I can't see from the angle of the tower today. Yeah. It's hard to see the flag.
You're correct, sir.
Yeah, it is the halfway sign, it is. But, yeah, Kevin's kind of shielded with that canopy, and we can't really see the flags all that well.
Yeah.
We'll make it up, though, if we don't know.
All right, you can see, yeah, you can see him with the cross flags. And here comes your leader, Brabham, on the 83 through the outside section of the split course. Right behind him, though, is Valentina Lescano.
Yeah, she continues to keep the hammer down and trying to close that gap on Brabham. Brabham knows she's coming, and he continues to keep the power on down the front straightaway. Our race leader, 83 Brabham, and then Valentina Lescano, 176. This young lady out of the Miami Jet Ski Shop is on the gas, and she is a tenacious competitor.
You know, Rick, you definitely hit the correct word. That is the adjective for Valentina. No matter what, this girl just keeps coming back, coming back, coming back. We've seen her wrapped up, had her shoulder pop out of place. They put it back in. She still goes back on and finishes a moto, obviously in agony. And she's got an opportunity now as they start to get into lap traffic. Your leader sticks it just a little bit. Here comes Valentina. Valentina only one buoy behind as Brabham comes down the main straight. Here comes Valentina. She makes the turn, looks over his shoulder. Third position, Rasmussen still way behind her. She's looking forward, not back. Look out, Brabham. Here comes Valentina Lescano.
Yeah, I would think that if I were Valentina, I would think about taking that inside split and seeing if she can't make up a little ground behind Brabham via that inside split. It's usually on the left side of the race course. It's usually open. Most riders are opting for the outside split. The water's a little better on the inside, not by much, but by a little bit. And see, I would try to see how that worked out.
And as you say that, Brabham goes to the inside because of the lapped riders in front of him. Valentina taking the outside. Here's our opportunity to find out. Brabham tearing up the inside.
Yeah, he's looking good. Real nice turns, and he has extended his lead by just a little bit over Valentina by virtue of that inside split. Great racing by Brabham, and that was a good decision, taking an inside split, avoiding the lap traffic.
Yeah, no question. As Valentina goes by Shelby Warman, the other female rider in this field. Valentina and Brabham lapping up into the field now, Rick.
Yeah, those two are just having a phenomenal race. Brabham has been out in front the entire race, but he definitely knows that Valentina Lescano has been lurking in second.
And look at this. Brabham has one rider in front of him. He easily could have dispatched him, but he liked what happened on the inside. He's working it again hard.
Yeah, it worked out well the lap before, and you know, he's smart. He's going, well, I like this. It's worked out well. I'm going to do it again and continue to extend my lead here by just a little bit. A white flag out. Only one lap to go now for Matt Brabham. Great racing strategy by Brabham.
Yeah, and it certainly works. So all the rest of the competitors here, if they're watching, will see that That inside can be very effective for a pass. It may be the fastest way around the track now.
You know, in these IROC boats, unlike the runabouts, the fuller-size runabouts, the IROC boats turn a little tighter. They're not as fast. They can definitely utilize the inside split, as can, you know, the sport boats and the skis, to say the least.
Well, Brabham, final time through the split course. He's taking the inside. He looked over his shoulder on the back straightaway. Didn't think he's in any danger, and you can tell he slowed it down, taking a nice pace. He's going to be taking it easy. And folks, put your hand together for your wire-to-wire winner, Matt Brabham.
Nice ride that time by Brabham. I don't know if he realizes he got the win. He's charging.
Yeah, well, Valentina Lescano comes across in second. Shelby, I believe she'll be in that third position. As I look out and see, looks like Ryder, his boat died right before the final buoy.
Unbelievable.
How frustrating is that?
We've definitely seen that happen before, and that your heart just goes out to him.
So is that the Ryan Rasmussen came through, then Kenny Compton, John Block. Kenny Compton beating John Block.
King Kenny.
Yay.
He went from butter biscuit to King Kenny here.
We're not saying that again. I refuse.
Oh.
There's Arnold Martinez. Martinez from Hollywood via the Philippines. Great looking ski. And Brabham coming by. It's like, I had a little more energy I wanted to get rid of.
Get one more lap in just to be safe. All right.
Up next.
Great ride that time in IROC. So Pro-Am ski stock on the line, Kurt.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun with this one. On the number 15 Yamaha to High Point, North Carolina. He won the first moto. It's Matthew Ritchuk.
Number 18 out of Marietta, South Carolina. On the Yamaha, Taylor Stewart.
On the number 24 Yamaha out of Harvard, Illinois, Dustin Voss.
Number 77 also on the Yamaha out of Syracuse, Indiana, Zeke Kime.
On that 101 Yamaha out of Chickamauga, Georgia, Will Scruggs.
And number 417 out of Pensacola, Florida, Brett Underhill.
That's our lineup. Pro-Am ski stock. We
now it
are
says
ready to
other
rock.
on Brett's deal, but he's on a Superjet, obviously, in this one. Since this is Pro-Am ski stock, you pretty much are relegated. Who?
No. No, I'm asking.
No. Who's Underhills?
Wow, a lot of action on the beach, getting these boats ready. As the clouds are coming over.
Don't say that.
No, I love that. It increases the humidity. It's good for our skin, Rick. Good for our skin.
You betcha. We both need it, too.
All right.
Well, I do anyway.
Well, Stewart looking determined on the outside.
Yeah, keep an eye on the inside. 15, Matthew Ritchuk.
Yeah.
Ran away in moto number 1, and I don't think anybody's going to touch him today in this class, barring mechanicals.
I think if Voss gets the right start, he might be right there. And that's over.
Yeah, Matthew Ritchuk is definitely the fastest rider in this class. He showed it in the first moto. No surprise. He's been doing it for a while. And since Jimmy Wilson left this class, it's been all Matthew Ritchuk. And he is out in front already on that inside split and charging.
And Voss moved up, though. He was third off of that start. Now he's in second. He doesn't want to let Ritchuk get away.
No, he doesn't. Voss is fast, make no mistake. 14 years old and getting faster.
Taylor Stewart.
Yeah, Taylor on the gas.
And he just pushes Voss right out of the way. Taylor Stewart got the drive. He's been waiting for this ride all day. Taylor Stewart on the gas in second position.
Boy, has Taylor Stewart improved, hasn't he?
Isn't it? He really has.
Oh, my goodness. You know, he still has, you know, some issues from time to time, but when he first came onto the scene, he could barely make a lap around the race course.
Oh, no way you could make a lap. No way.
And now he is charging. He's competent and looking good out there. Kudos to Taylor Stewart now in second. Great rider. But Matthew Ritchuk, man, this young man, we've seen him move up. He's gotten faster through the last few years to where he is now one of the top riders. In fact, in Pro-Am Ski GP earlier today in the first moto, I believe he came in third overall in that first moto.
Yeah.
And
I believe you're correct.
In front of some very, very fast riders as well. So, yeah, kudos to Matthew Ritchuk. He has gotten better. I just gave him a hard time a little bit ago because he changed his helmet. I used to love his bright Dayglow helmet. It was easy to recognize no matter where he was on the track. I knew where he was. He says he's going back to it next year.
Yeah, he said it was time to get rid of the helmet. Helmets have have a life.
Yeah.
You need to get rid of them. And he tried to order the other one, wasn't available right away, so he just picked a different color. Now it's like, ooh, everybody knows me from that helmet.
That's right.
Well, it doesn't need a new helmet, just get a new paint job.
Well, for us, up here announcing, you use whatever you can to identify a rider. Sometimes it's their riding style, sometimes it's the number on their skis, sometimes you can't see the numbers very well. And if it may be a bright helmet that you just recognize, whatever it takes, it helps you identify somebody very quickly, and that makes a big difference for us.
Well, Ritchuk up and over the log jump like it wasn't even there, really. Taylor Stewart in second position. He's leading a pack of three others that are right there behind him. Stewart approaching the log jump. He's had some issues.
Yeah, this is
survives it.
This is one of Taylor Stewart's best rides of his career, I would say, right now.
Oh, he won a class.
He's looking good.
No, he's a champion in one of our classes a couple days ago. Seriously, great rides. No.
But against this level of competition.
Oh, absolutely.
Much higher level of competition in this Pro-Am class.
Potentially.
That's my point. And
no, I'm saying some of these riders are out there as well.
Matthew Ritchuk on the gas, down the front straightaway, number 15 in command, looking good.
Yeah, second position. Taylor Stewart coming off the outside. He likes that outside way down in the tray on that number 18 machine. You just set up, hit the left-right combination, make the U-turn, and go at the log jump. I hesitate to say hit the log jump anymore because that's the opposite of what you want to do. You want to sail over the log jump.
Well, you definitely want to sail over it, but many riders definitely do hit it. No question about it. And
well, in this class,
it's tough. That's a challenging obstacle when you're out there at racing speed to negotiate that thing comfortably.
I got to tell you, I think Zeke Kime is the best over the log jump in this class.
Talented rider.
Practice.
Yeah, Zeke is so talented. Those guys in Syracuse, Indiana, that crew, they train a lot, and he trains with other very fast riders
endlessly.
The Powells and the Finlansons. Missing the Finlansons this weekend, that's for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see the full Syracuse Mafia down here. They do a great job.
No, a little thing called school got in the way. As we're at the halfway point in this second moto for Pro-Am Ski Stock. And it is all Matthew Ritchuk, boat number 18, all by himself on the back part of the racetrack. He is about a half a lap in front of second place now, and actually second through the rest of the field are all pretty closely gapped. If it wasn't for Matthew, we'd be calling a real tight race for the win.
Yeah, no question about it. So, as we watch Ritchuk, you can watch him. Some riders will keep 1 foot forward the entire time. Others swap back and forth. Ritchuk is in the second group. As he's heading into a corner, he puts that front foot forward, plants, and just pushes that machine into the water, hits the accelerator, and he is gone.
Yeah, he has. And I've always felt a very, very outstanding riding style. I've always enjoyed watching him race. He just looks very smooth and polished, and he just is a top-level talent. You can see how comfortable he is on the ski. Very rarely makes a mistake, very rarely bobbles, kind of like Jimmy Wilson from that standpoint. He's just smooth and in control, and, you know, with no pressure from behind, he can just kind of really relax just a little bit and enjoy himself out on the racetrack now and work on his form. You can see right there, he's kind of cruising, very, very comfortable, not stretching anything, not stressed at all, relaxed and in control.
And as we watch him on the monitor here, you see that highlighted green duckbill and the gloves. I'm thinking he's doing what he can to make himself noticeable. Besides absolutely decimating the competition in this moto.
Yeah, first and foremost, that's the key. But yeah, he realized that bright helmet.
Oh no! And Richuk hits the buoy.
The curse of the announcers.
Yeah.
Just talking about how he very rarely makes a mistake.
Yeah.
And there you go, right there. It always happens.
Well,
never
he meant
fails.
to do that.
Yeah, he was just trying to keep close, keep things a little closer.
It's a little warm. He wanted to cool off.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him at all.
Kind of jealous of him right now.
All right, over on the left-hand side of the course, here comes Taylor Stewart in that second position. And Stewart now starting to separate himself from the rest of the pack. There's Brett Underhill and Voss, the 101 of Will Scruggs and Zeke Heim. Listen to the names that I just said that are behind Taylor Stewart right now.
Yeah,
Rick.
you know, and I'm surprised to see Zeke out there in the position he's in right now, because we've seen him look really good from time to time, and he just seems to be struggling a little bit here.
I think that he is just exhausted.
Yeah.
You know, he just went down there. It took him forever to get up on the ski, and he usually bounces up like a cork.
You know, he is a heck of a tennis player, Zeke Heim.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's an up-and-coming tennis player in school and spends a lot of time on the courts. He is an outstanding tennis player.
Well, hand-to-eye coordination's got to be fantastic. Well, obviously.
Yeah, he's a heck of an athlete. These are all great athletes out here. This is a demanding sport. These stand-ups take every bit of energy and suck it right out of your entire body during the course of a race.
Yeah.
And all good athletes we're watching here this afternoon here in Naples.
Well, Matthew, keeping that boat it's almost never level. It's constantly turning from side to side. Looks like a 2 lap to go sign.
Well, you know, Underhill's gotten by Taylor Stewart and taken over second place now, as Richuk just completely is in a different part of the race course, the opposite side of the track from everybody else. But Underhill's looking good now, moving into second and putting Stewart back into third. Looks like the white flag's going to come out for our race leader, Matthew Richuk.
And do you notice which split he's using now? He's going to the inside.
Yep.
See, that's a rider that's watching the race before to see what's happening on the course. This is a pro watercross course on the water with buoys. They move around a little bit. Sometimes it might be faster inside, as we discussed earlier. Sometimes faster outside. Richuk keeping his eye open. That's how you get to be a champion.
It's a little shorter track, too.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a little shorter path.
You're right.
White flag out, last lap. Brett Underhill now has taken over that second position, and Brett now is pulled away from Taylor Stewart and the rest of the field into a solid second place behind our race leader, Richuk. And Underhill looking good. He's looked really good today on that Superjet, and he's racing both stock and GP. And great young rider, Underhill, out of Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah, no question about it. And boy, Gina, the Underhills, I don't know if you know this, 2 hurricanes ago, lost it.
Checkered flag out. Richuk with a real nice, easy win here of Moto number 2 to back up the same performance in Moto number 1. So Richuk really in the driver's seat for a world championship in Pro-Am ski stock here today.
And then so Brett Underhill on the 417, the Underhill family lost their home. They were live streaming, and it started out with ankle-deep water, and a few hours later it was halfway up the walls in the living room. Their house is completely razed. It's gone.
That's just horrible. Just a terrible, terrible deal for them. My heart goes out to the Underhills, to say the least. Taylor Stewart
coming in third,
hangs on to third,
in front of Voss.
And Voss in fourth. So great ride. Kudos to Taylor Stewart. 77. Zeke Heim takes a 5th. And Taylor banging himself on the helmet. I think he was a little upset that he gave away second place there, that he held on to a lot of the race, but he still nonetheless had a good moto.
Yeah, absolutely. Racers are always harder on themselves than their fans are.
Right. Sport stock. Once again, we go down to a full gate, and Moto number 1 really provided some exciting starts. Let's see what we have on tap for Moto number 2 on the line. Number 5, first Moto winner out of Carmel, Indiana, Christian Daly.
On the number 13 out of Davie, Florida, Sammy Niemi.
Number 17 out of Carthage, Texas, Kenny Compton.
On the 21Y out of Delray Beach, Florida, Mark Landis.
36 out of Bonita Springs, Florida, Jason Hagen.
On the number 55 out of Cicero, Indiana, Kirsten Hasty.
99 out of Jacksonville, Florida, Matt Johnson.
On the number 100 out of Gilbert, Arizona, Revan Harris.
110 out of Bradenton, Florida, Tori Snyder.
On the 116 out of Ackworth, Georgia, last name must be Farthing, first Devon.
Number 169 out of Cicero, Indiana, Mike Hammaker.
On the 176 C2 out of Miami, Florida, Valentina Lascano.
Number 201 out of Delray Beach, Florida, Christopher Landis.
On the 239 C2 out of Port Charlotte, Florida, Bobby Cardone.
521 out of Ackworth, Georgia, Talon Farthing.
On the 711 out of Sewanee, Georgia, Andrew Hancock.
And 999 out of Avon Park, Florida, Dusty Burry.
That's our lineup for Race 14 Sports Stock Moto number 2.
Well, keep an eye on the starting line here. These are crazy starts. Seems like sports stock. The action is always all over the map. Hard to predict.
Always.
So many good riders in this class, and but it was Daly in Moto number 1 that really looked good. He gets a decent start on the inside. Not
Farthing
great,
on the
though.
outside. Devin Farthing got a great shot, and looks like Sammy Niemi, if he can hold it, can't hold it quite enough.
No, Farthing. Red flag coming out.
Yeah.
Well, 2 strokes. There's. Oh boy, I'm not going to make a comment, but that's a haze, a two-stroke performance right there. And red flag is out. Riders just picking it up right now. So like we mentioned, repeat of Moto number 1 with a red flag. I think we had 2 in Moto number 1, and we've got carnage out in the first turn. Got some riders down in the water.
Well, there's certainly a lot of enthusiastic riders on the line. They can't wait to get going.
Well, Devin was out there. Both Farthing brothers are out there. One rider off his boat. It looks like everybody's back up on their boats. So that's good to see. Looks like no injuries, nobody on the hook. Everything looks pretty good. So we'll bring it back to the starting line and line them back up and give it another shot.
I was watching Sammy Niemi. He had a great drive going, trying to sweep in there, and I think that carnage happened right in front of him.
The talent in this class is just phenomenal. You've got the young riders like the Farthing brothers, Revan Harris, Sammy Niemi, and you've got riders just a little bit older, the Dalys, the Landises, in their 20s basically. You know, the young guns in their teens, the Landises and Dalys in their 20s, and then you got some other riders that have been doing this a lot longer. You get up into some riders in their 50s, 40s and 50s. So it's a wide array of ages in this class. Looks like they got the hood off of Devin Farthing's boat down there. They got the hood open, looking underneath there. Might be a problem, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like Devin's okay.
Yeah, he looks fine. Our race Andrew down there, our course marshal. He's going to have his voice. He's not going to have a voice tonight.
So Devin,
you can hear him from up here.
Yeah,
you can hear him from up here, and he's getting a little hoarse. He's laying the law down there, boy. Hold your line.
Rick, can't you just hear your mom saying, if you do that one more time?
Oh, yeah.
I'm taking you to Robert Sand.
Those words rung in my ears for years. Absolutely.
All right, they're making a decision. Can they run that boat?
My poor mom, one time I was racing motocross, and in the first turn, she was standing there, and we came around after one lap, and I was in like second place, and I slid out. We do have a rider injured. Looks like Bobby Cardone, if I'm not mistaken, getting helped out.
Bobby.
That's too bad. Well, he's going back to his ski, if he can find it.
Oh, looks like a hip injury.
Yep.
Easy to do with the C2HX.
But I was saying, I came around after a lap, and I came into that turn right-hander and slid out. You know, motocross, you do that. And as I looked back, a wheel went right up my face, and that was before full-face helmets.
Ouch!
And I was fine for the most part, but my mom was not thrilled at all. She stood there and watched the whole thing, and you know how moms are.
Yep.
They kind of prefer you not to be out there to begin with, and it's the last thing she wanted to see. It happens. That's part of the deal, though.
Moms and dads love seeing their children injured.
I got back on the bike, got up, and was like, oh, I'm okay. And as I wobbled off down the track, seeing stars.
Yep. Well, I think we're about ready. Well, we got a little bit of time, so I'll tell you about the time I was a novice in Vermont. And then I started a sports stock race and couldn't hear a thing.
Well said.
All right, here we go.
Well said. That's funny. Now the Farthing struggling down there. 116 Devon's Blaster with some issues. Boy, we sure like to see him get out there on the track and compete in this race. It's you want to see all the best riders out there in a race, and he definitely has emerged as one of the top talents.
And his brother Talon.
Yeah, he's brother Talon. No drama. He's just hanging out. That's the way.
How much fun would it be if you could race with your brother?
Yeah. Yeah, it's so cool.
Well, it looks like they're going to try it. Devin Farthing going to jump on there and give it an attempt.
Firing up. Looks like we're ready to go. Okay.
There they go.
All right, looks like everybody's ready to go now. Everybody's got them fired up on the line. Sports stock, full gate. Here we go. 201 Landis with a nice jump out of the gate. Looks like he's going to take that inside hole shot unless Daly can get inside of him. And no, Landis closes the door on Daly on the inside split.
Or does he?
7-11. Looks like Andrew Hancock on the outside split.
He slides wide.
Oh, Farthing on the outside. Talon Farthing, 521 on the outside split. Takes the hole shot. Coming down the front straightaway. There goes Landis. There goes Daly. Daly looks over at Farthing and says, oh, young man, I got second.
He keeps looking over. He's like, I don't want to hurt you. Move over.
Exactly right. Just okay.
Oh, but as we say that, Farthing spins up, but he stays on it. He loses a couple of positions, 3 positions. He's back in it. Talon Farthing, he's having himself a weekend, I'll tell you.
Yeah, his brother Devin went by him during that little mishap. Devin's up now to about 4th, it looks like.
It looks like we got Kenny Compton down in the water on the outside split.
That is Kenny. Yellow flags are out, riders go around, leaders go around, and it is Landis and Daly picking up where we left off in moto number 1, easy for
easy for you to say, Rick.
Wow.
So it is. Christopher Landis followed through by Christian Daly, and Daly taking a very attack-like position on that C2HX. He's setting up inside and outside of Landis' pump wash.
You think I've ever done this before?
Maybe once. So watch him now. Landis on the inside, Daly on the outside. Oh, Christian Daly wide open. Landis will be on the straightaway. Here comes Daly. Oh, Daly's gone.
Well, I don't know. Landis has got the inside, but Daly's got some speed on the outside. Here comes Landis, going to try to shut the door, but Daly overtakes him. Nice move. Nice racing by Chris. Well, we knew it was a matter of time before Daly got around him. Kind of a repeat of Moto number 1, except for it only took half a lap.
Well, no question about it. Both of those riders, great riders, no question about it. Christian Daly, though, he's seen international competition. This kid has been around the world and won everywhere. So
he's just a little faster.
He's just that much.
Yeah, he's just a little faster. And you know, we've seen over the years. Now this is the sports stock class, which essentially these days it's a spec class. Each watercraft, the X2, the Blaster, and the HXC each have their own levels of modifications allowed, with the idea to make them equal. Because we know in the real world the HXs were superior to the Blasters once they came onto the scene, and I think Daly is just really putting that HX to good use. He really rides that well. It's a pleasure to watch him race.
Well, watch Christian as he comes up to Talon Farthing. That was quick.
That was really quick. Talon went from second place to getting lapped right now, and so tough break for Talon in this Moto number 2 as Daly comes up behind him. Landis now dropping back off Daly's pace just a bit.
Right. Well, you know, we're talking about Farthing. Devin Farthing now in 4th spot, and he's on a tear.
Yeah.
He's moved up through the pack. Really, he may be behind, except for Daly, the fastest rider on the track right now. Watch him. He's in the outside section of the split course. 2 riders in front of him. Watch what happens at the end of the straight for him.
Daly, number 5, starting to put riders down a lap already in this moto. Amazing. But when you have a full gate, you have a lot of riders on the track of all different speeds.
Yeah, Devin Farthing back there in that 4th position.
He's looking over his shoulder a lot right now.
Yeah, I think he's got a water leak or some sort of ingestion problem there.
Yeah, he's definitely got a problem with that. He's not running at full speed.
Here comes Cardone. Looks like he's still upright. And Valentino Lescano on that 176. Yet another class is out here. The 711 of Bandu Hancock. And the double 5 of Kirsten Hasty. Here comes Devin's brother Talon on the 521, and up right behind him is Daly. Your leader,
Daly
Christian Daly.
Landis 201.
201.
Yeah, Landis is such a top-level talent and fast rider on that Blaster, but really no match for Daly today. 116 Farthing hanging on. As we think he's probably got some issues with that ski, but he's continuing to circulate around the track at a pretty good clip right now. So hopefully he can continue.
He has moved up into 3rd position.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Just a little bit here, a little bit there. I think it's superior riding over, a fantastic machine. Bode looks good. Now starting to pack up on that back straightaway. That could help Art Farthing. These riders stack up, and he can slice and dice. Where do we go? Inside,
we definitely know Farthing is one of the top sport riders around.
Yep. There goes Talon. That means Daly.
Daly's already passed.
Gone.
And gone. He's passed and long gone. Here comes Devin, 116, 3rd, and then
Okay, I want that boat done right now. Shut that boat off. You can land it wrapped around the boat. I need Marshall get out there once you can. What's up with that sneeze? Why is it still running? wrap it around the handlebars and all, which are perfectly stuck in there.
Our issue was not to gain anything.
Well, we watch once again Devin Farthing on the 116 coming up. I believe Talon out there getting a little assistance on the far left-hand side of the course. Looks like he's back up on the boat and okay. Look at Daly. He is just shredding through lap traffic like it's not even there.
Yeah, he is just a master on this Sea-Doo HX. Definitely the talent of the class. Christian Daly, we've seen it before, and he is just looking so good on that HX Sea-Doo. 1 lap to go for Daly, and Christian, 23 years old, out of Carmel, Indiana. And of course, part of the legendary Daly Racing family. Derek, his dad, up here earlier talking, giving us a little 411. We really appreciated that, and nice to meet him as well, one of the great race drivers in America.
And look at this. Devin Farthing taking the inside, bypasses the 3 other riders on the outside, and he is behind the number 99 of Matt Johnson, and I'm not certain that Johnson is in that 3rd spot and Farthing in 4th.
I think so. I think that may be the case.
And Matt Johnson, he deserves all the credit. He's 37 years old, out of Jacksonville, Florida, and he's been riding a great race all the way through. Farthing got a beady eyes on him as Daly gets the win.
Checkered flag out, so Daly with a real clean win. I mean, 2nd place. Daly's come over, and we're waiting for 2nd right now.
Well, watch this at the line. Here comes Farthing. It could be close. Oh, he closed it up a lot, but not enough, man.
And what has happened to Landis?
That's Kirsten Hasty.
And I don't see Landis.
I'm sorry, that was Talon Farthing.
That was Talon. Here comes Devin. I'm looking for Landis, and Christopher Landis may have dropped out. We might have missed that, as he is not coming across the finish line. That blaster of Landis is not out there. Unless I missed him coming in.
I think you missed it. I think I saw Christopher go by.
He must have.
Yeah. Cardone makes it through, and so did the 999 at Dusty Burry.
Fortunately, everything we say is unofficial, so we have no bearing on the outcome of the races whatsoever.
I thought you say we have no idea what's going on.
And there were no idea most of the time as well. But it's fortunate for everyone involved that it's not up to us.
Absolutely.
Oh, Kurt Nolenberg, so fun to be up here with you again today. What a great day, huh?
I tell you, Rick, it is. I've been having a ball in Florida for the last week. Had a really good time while you were announcing the vintage motocross. I was announcing the hydroflight, and the stopcross was twice as many people. And this year, a couple of board manufacturers were here. They were talking to us. They expect 150 paddlers here next year.
Well, I hope so. I'd love to see that. You know, I paddle daily.
Right.
Pretty much, I paddle pretty much daily in Dana Point, where I live in Southern California. And I love SUP, period. Just paddling. I surf SUP, distance paddle, and I did watch the races, and it was really, really fun.
Yeah, and they had a great time. I mean, literally world champion and world caliber paddlers for sure. And they loved the concept of being able to hear an announcer calling our names, explaining what's going on, and occasionally misspoke or whatever. The top 2 were racing side by side, maximum power, and they were laughing their tails off at something I said. I don't know what it was. I was just told by another paddler. Said, "Yeah, those guys came by me. They were laughing their heads out at you." I'm like, "Okay."
Well, it's so quiet, unlike this sport. You know, when you have motors, you can hear everything. It's it's quite a peaceful sport.
What?
Normally.
What'd you say? I can't hear you. The sport class was on the line last. All right, well, on the water in front of us, junior ski stock 10 to 12, 13, 15. We only have the 2 competitors. And race
Tegan
16
Hill
Pro
and
Am
Caden
Ski
Baldwin
GP.
coming up.
And guess who's there?
Yeah, Dust is already ready.
Already the race
He's on the
before.
line. Here we go. Caden Baldwin and Tegan Hill. Tegan took the win. Now these two riders are in different classes. To be fair, but nonetheless, they're racing each other out there. They don't really care about that. And it was Tegan with the win in Moto number 1, and Caden was in second. And it looks like Caden got a good jump out of the gate that time, Kurt.
Yeah, well, his nose lifted just a little bit. He jumped over the front, and he's definitely going to get the whole shot here. Tegan won't be too far behind, but this time,
now watch, I'll bet you anything.
inside.
I was waiting for Caden to look over, and he didn't this time. He has a habit of looking over his shoulder a lot, and
I think Dad slapped that right off of him.
I wasn't going to put it in those terms, but
I'm saying that facetiously, of course. His dad is Brian Baldwin, multi-time world champion. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's got a great little kid in Caden, too.
So maybe he has broken him of that habit, huh?
Oh, well, apparently.
You never want to look behind you. You always want to look forward in racing, and but it's an easy habit to get into, to look back, particularly when you're young.
Well, they're battling down the back straightaway.
Tegan Hill, we've seen him really put in some good rides in the last year, and he's a really fast young rider. 13 years old, out of North Carolina. Both these riders out of North Carolina. Tegan 13 and Caden 12.
Boy, down in it and getting it. Caden Baldwin, he's having himself a ride, and Tegan Hill's just enjoying the show right behind him. Oh, yeah. Oh, Pro-Am Ski GP coming up, folks. What a great ride. So, Caden Baldwin on that number 59 Kawasaki. And look at this, Tegan Hill making a move on the inside split, Caden on the outside. There's only 2 races on the course, and they're making it a race. Look at Tegan Hill trying to tear up that inside. Caden Baldwin strong on the outside, and they're side by side. Caden's got the lead, but Tegan Hill starting to pull up on him.
Well, they are contemporaries. One, Caden 12, Tegan 13, and they're having a heck of a race out here in Moto number 2, Kurt.
Well, I can hear the crowd. How many Caden Baldwin fans do we have out there? How many Tegan Hill fans do we have out there?
Wow,
both of them.
Pretty evenly divided.
Yeah, that's the same people.
Is that the Hatfield and the McCoys? Or?
Well, no, everybody's from North Carolina.
Absolutely, and look at these 2 young guns on the gas.
Look who's looking behind him over
Caden
and over
looking
again.
over his shoulder.
And as he should be, here comes Hill.
Oh, and Tegan's right.
Oh, it's going to be close, Rick.
Caden on the outside split, Tegan Hill on the inside split. What a great battle.
Yeah, Tegan's not giving an inch anywhere. And I don't know, that inside not seem to work as well as it did before. And look where they come out, side by side.
You know, in 5 or 6 years, we could be announcing these guys at the Pro-Am Ski GP riding for the win.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, we've done it already, haven't we? Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. You watch them now, and at 12 and 13, and man.
Caden Baldwin continuing to lead.
Yeah, they stick with it, and they are going to be battling for a world championship in the pro class one day.
You know what I like about these 2? They're taking opposite splits on both sides.
Yeah.
Tegan Hill that time, and look at the speed that he gains.
Yeah, Tegan's got some top end.
Yeah, I got to say, and I normally wouldn't say this, but if I was Tegan, unless he can make the pass this time, I'd follow Caden through the outside and see if he could put some pressure on.
Probably so. He came in pretty close. He's looking over. See, Teagan looks over to see if the white flag is out. He checked real quick as they came around. And Caden is riding a very flawless race. Has not made a mistake yet.
Oh, man. How would you like to repeat this and let him use the log jump? I'm just saying.
Good ride. And this is a great race between these two young kids on these skis, man. This is a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, this could be easier. Teagan Hill got that inside a lot closer than last time. He makes the turn. These guys are going to be close at the end of this straightaway.
Yes, they are.
Oh, Teagan Hill's pulling hard. Teagan Hill's pulling hard. If he doesn't back out, he's got the position, and he takes away the outside. Caden goes to the inside.
How about that?
Great move.
Great move by Caden Baldwin to elect to go to that inside split and not follow Teagan Hill.
Oh, let's see how it turns out now.
Well, Teagan's going to take that lead.
Oh, he just ripped it right away.
Yes, he did. But you know what? A great racing move, I thought, by Caden Baldwin as he elected not to follow him.
Yep. Well, you know, it's genetics.
Man, that was cool. And that goes to illustrate what we were talking about earlier. These young riders are very competent racers.
Yep, absolutely.
You know, they have great training, great schooling by their parents, and they have a lot of laps in and a lot of experience already at this young age, and they are able to make decisions out there on the racetrack. It's fun to watch.
Making the right ones.
Make good decisions, yeah. Not like you and I.
No, we made so many poor decisions.
A lot of bad life decisions, but you know.
You know, and then
so we
each of us has at least one good decision. I mean, yours is to come work with me. Mine was to say, okay, I'll let the old man.
So we got that going for us.
He says that to the legend, Rick Lake.
Which
All
is
right.
Nice.
White flag out. One left to go. Teagan Hill on that number 18 with the lead. Oh, Rick Lake, it's looking ominous out there.
Oh, say it ain't so, Kurt Nolenberg.
No, it's looking ominous. I see a Pro-Am Ski GP field that's going to boil the water.
Well, as long as they boil the water.
Look down. Just look down.
Looking good, man.
Don't look up. Just look down.
It's looking good on the starting line. Can't wait for moto number 2.
So is Teagan Hill out there. Teagan really separated himself now from Caden. Caden did a great job when he was out front, but once Teagan got by, it's no holding him back.
Yeah, see these guys on the starting line right now, they can look out there and see where their competition's going to be in about 6 years.
Right, absolutely.
These guys are coming for you. Teagan Hill and Caden Baldwin, watch out, guys.
Yeah, you may be laughing in your helmet now. Wait a couple of years.
You're going to be old and they're going to be young and fast.
Well, here you go.
Nice
Teagan Hill with the win.
Nice job, Teagan Hill. Great racing as well. Kudos to Caden Baldwin for a great race all the way. Kept Teagan Hill behind him most of the way, and just great racing for these two young gentlemen. Great to see. All right, you can hear by the sound of the skis that it is time for Pro-Am Ski GP.
Well, that's Revan Harris's Commander boat, and that thing sounded angry, Dad.
They're a handful.
Oh, yeah.
On the starting line, number 12 out of St. Cloud, Florida, on the Commander GP1, Isaiah Washington.
On the number 13, K1 out of Davie, Florida, Sammy Nemi.
Number 13X out of Pompano Beach, Florida, on the Kawasaki, Louis Valet.
On the 43, K1 out of Dawsonville, Georgia, Wyatt Hayes.
Number 44 on the Bullet out of Syracuse, Indiana, Camden Powell.
Moto 1 winner, number 50 on the Commander out of Epinyani, South Africa, Dustin Matsouras.
Number 51 out of Miramar, Florida, on the Commander GP1, David Cabrera.
On the 86 K1 out of High Point, North Carolina, Matthew Richuk.
Number 85 out of Biloxi, Mississippi, on the Commander GP1, Jules Hopkins.
On the number 100, Commander K1 out of Gilbert, Arizona, Revan Harris.
Number 116 out of Ackworth, Georgia, on the Commander GP1, Devin Farthing.
And on the 295 Commander out of Port Charlotte, Florida, Hayden Scallett.
All right, look back at moto number 1, and it was all Dustin Matsouras really dominating that first moto. No surprise there, the multi-time champ out of Epinyani, South Africa, really put in some fast laps. But Isaiah Washington opened up some eyes in moto number 1. That number 12 commander that he's aboard showed a lot of power and speed. And I'm really looking for Camden Powell in this one to get a good jump. Camden has the speed to compete at the front of this pack.
Well, I'll tell you what, in my Christmas wish list, if I was able to get it right now in this moto, would be Camden Powell getting a hole shot and Dustin Matsouras coming from the back of the pack to challenge him.
And don't cut out Revin Harris either.
Or Devin
The young rider out of Gilbert, Arizona is a rocket. Here we go, GP1.
It's unstoppable. Revin Harris
Powell
with the drive. Nimi right next to him. Harris and Nimi on the outside. Harris
Powell
takes it. Revin Harris on fire on the outside. Who's it on the inside?
Oh,
Rick?
what a battle between Camden Powell and Dustin Matsouras. Cam took the whole shot, but Dustin just laid it over, went right around him in that first turn. Onto the front straightaway, number 50, Matsouras with the lead. And there he is, Revin Harris right behind him.
And Sammy Nimi and Camden Powell. Nimi takes it away from Powell. Powell tried to come right back. It's Nimi in third. Cam making a move. These two are battling back and forth right behind him. That's
boy, Revin Harris in second got a great jump and got right in behind Matsouras. And Matsouras is kind of a mentor of sorts to Revin Harris, and you can see them out in front running 1-2 right now.
Well, back in the 5th spot, I believe, is Matthew Richuk. Richuk third in moto number 1. It's going to be fun to see what he can do later in this moto. Matsouras out front, large and in charge. He's on the outside section of the split course on that beautiful number 50 machine.
44, Cam Powell off the ski on the backside of the race course, left-hand side. Powell down off the boat as Matsouras and Harris come by in the lead, running 1-2.
All right, that gives Sammy Nimi third place by himself. Coming up is Isaiah Washington, Matthew Richuk. Richuk in 4th, Washington in 5th, Skellett in 6th, Farthing in 7th, Jules Hopkins in 8th, Valea 9th, Wyatt Hayes in 10th, David Cabrera in 11th. There's not one name I mentioned out there that couldn't win a ski class right now.
Matsouras out in front and charging hard, but keep an eye on the battle for third right now. It is Sammy Nimi trying to hang on in front of Matthew Richuk. Keep an eye on Richuk. He's charging hard as our leader, Dustin Matsouras, charges down the front straightaway. Boat number 50 with the lead.
Oh, what a move by Richuk. Richuk went wide, made the dive in, went to the inside split course. He and Nimi are going to be side by side when they come out. Nimi looks over. Here comes Richuk. Richuk's got position. He made the pass. Matthew Richuk up into third position. Sammy Nimi in 4th. Isaiah Washington in 5th. Right behind him, there's Skellett and Farthing. Farthing taking over that position. Skellett wants it back.
Yeah, Richuk charging the entire way there. I knew he had his sights set on Nimi, and he made the pass in short order and sets himself up to try to charge up behind Harris and gain some ground. Cam Powell getting off the ski. He's going to be down and out of it here in moto number 2, unfortunately.
Well, we may get a little bit of what we asked for, Rick Lake, because here comes Dustin Matsouras, the leader. He's going to lap Cam Powell. If Cam allows that to happen, let's see what happens.
Revin Harris, number 100 out of Gilbert, Arizona, the young rider, so fast on that Commander GP1, all by himself in second, and he is looking good. Then it's Matthew Richuk. Boy, look at Richuk charge on his Commander. He is looking so good today, Kurt.
Yeah, Matthew Richuk, this resembles the ride that we watched him last year in Lake Hartwell. Was absolutely spectacular.
Yep.
Now, granted, he's not leading the race, but boy, he's doing everything he can to keep up. Right now, Revin Harris is the one rider who may have an opportunity if anything happens with Dustin Matsouras. Matsouras has a bobble. Harris is about 3-4 buoys behind. He could possibly move up.
Well, Harris got a second in moto number 1, so he's right there. He
and
is
Rich
fast.
third, right? Yeah.
Really, almost a young protege of Dustin Matsouras. They work together. I know Harris's family brought out Dustin's Skeeter race this weekend from Arizona. So, yeah, Dustin, I guess, probably a bit of a mentor with Revan Harris, and it is showing right now.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Dustin Matsouras is a mentor to anyone that's been on a Commander.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, if you call him, you talk to him, he'll tell you what he has, what he does with it, and what you should do. You know what he tells most guys? Put in more time. Put more fuel through the boat. That's how you get faster.
Train seriously. He takes it seriously. They approach pro watercross racing the same manner that the pro teams approach Supercross. They come to the races prepared and dialed in, and very professional operation out of Commander.
Yeah, no question about it. As I watch down on the track as Dustin comes by, you can see Cam has been battling traffic, but he's still staying ahead of Dustin, and to be honest, he's starting to pull away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cam Powell is on fire right now. I mean, unfortunately, he went down, but watch this young man on the double four as he stays away from our leader, Dustin Matsouras.
I think there's a lot of pressure on Cam Powell. You know, Derek is a longtime professional racer and quit racing this year to put all his effort into Cam as Cam was emerging and getting faster. They've got a very state-of-the-art bullet hull, the trick setup, and a lot, I think, has been expected of Cam coming into the World Championships this weekend.
Well, anybody can have a get-off, but man, look at him ride. He is really throwing it down. Looks over his shoulder, see Mats right there. He's not having any of it.
And Cam Powell's bullet is really, really fast. We know that, but so are those Commanders.
Oh. Yeah, well, especially Dustin's. I mean, seriously. I mean, Dustin can ride a Commander boat better than anyone. He designed it. He did all the development. I mean, there were others, but primarily him.
Well, it's interesting, as every rider we've watched, a guy like Jules Hopkins or maybe even more, Matthew Richuk, has moved on to these Commander boats. They've just gotten faster. Isaiah Washington, as well, as he comes by. Farthing, all of them, it's almost a skeleton, you know, all of them. And it's almost like an IROC class. These Commander boats are so dialed in.